left, and then there's a little corridor thing with even these two little nooks where you can hide are the same in that level. And then it goes up, and then there's guards at the corner. Well, there's one guard in there, and then past that is the goal, in this case the node. So oh yeah, we have to switch the game to MGS2. Good point. Whoops. There we go. Who cares? It's the same game anyway. Kojima just remakes the same game 5 times. So you go in this exact motion. Start bottom left, go up, turn, guard, goal. If we look at sneaky mode, level 1 of VR missions. And yes, there's a bunch of other crap in this area on the other side, but originally the level design for this area was even closer. This is kind of like a second revision of it. It was even closer. The original stage here was even closer to VR missions level 1. Let's do the call about the weapons here. Get close to somebody, try to pick up their weapons.
Raiden, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Why not?
You should know that all active weapons are equipped with a personal identification system. The owner enters their required user ID information during the weapon registration or at the start of a mission. If anyone other than the registered user tries to fire the weapon, the ID system will not authorize the action.
But these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality?
They must have been customized by the terrorists themselves. These are professionals we're dealing with, and they certainly won't let their own equipment be used against them.
I'm guessing it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear?
Right.
How am I supposed to procure weapons then?
Find the ones that haven't yet been individualized. Everything you find in the item box is clean. You should know this from your VR training.
Okay, I know those.
Items in the item box are yours to use at will. They will be your supply source with regards to weaponry and gear.
Well, the takeaway from this call is you should pick up the item box. And as soon as the colonel mentions that, Raiden is, comfortable again due to his expectations and experience when MGS1 in VR missions. Oh, okay, I know those. Yeah, just floating, spinning item boxes from the game. Yeah, that's what I know. I'm comfortable with that. All good, we'll just do that. The colonel will also often lie to Raiden, so it's kind of up to interpretation. It's kind of a weird call because Kojima actually came out and tweeted about this years after, so relatively recently. How, because I think it was some real life thing going on at the time that was relevant to it. He was like, oh yeah, I already undertook the theme of ID locked guns, them just do with these guns being ID locked, blah blah blah. But it's odd because we know that the colonel likes to lie to Raiden a lot, and we know that Raiden uses Bliskin's M4 in a cutscene, but then again, maybe it was a different one, who knows. It's unclear whether these weapons are really ID locked or not, although Kojima tweeted about it being real, but that was like way after the game came out. Who knows if he forgot or just changed his mind or whatever the fuck. The real reason that you cannot pick up enemy weapons is simply that it was not a feature in MGS1. It's that simple. It's so that we can tell Raiden pick up the spinning item box instead. And then he's comfortable with that. Yeah, as long as things align with his MGS1 experiences, Raiden is okay with things. But as soon as things start deviating a little bit, or he starts applying some real life logic to things, that's when he gets uncomfortable and scared and starts whining and then questioning reality and all that stuff that people didn't like about Raiden, on top of his appearance, movements, and in this case, in English, the voice acting as well. Like, there's the classic, oh, Raiden is gay thing, or whatever. I'm just too bad because of Raiden. So let's talk about that a little bit. Actually, why is Raiden even a thing in MGS2? Oh boy, where do we begin? There are many factors. The first, probably biggest reason is that Kojima wanted the player to, or I should say, Kojima wanted Snake to kind of have this mentor role for the player in MGS2. So usually Snake is the player. In MGS1, Snake is the player, but in order to elevate, as they call it, Snake as a character, you're now looking at him from perspective of, for all we know right now, a noob rookie Raiden, right? We don't know about his past yet. Raiden's past is not revealed until much later in the game. They talk about him as a rookie, as just somebody with VR experience. So in order to make the players really pay attention when Snake is on screen, to elevate Snake, I think is the term they used, as a character, you're really going to pay attention to what Snake says and does in MGS2 when he's around, because you're just noob Raiden and you're lost, and you're both the player and Raiden are some kind of MGS1 Snake fanboy, right? Looking up to him, listening to him, and just that's perhaps the biggest reason. There's also some minor reasons that are kind of dumb, like they wanted to approach a wider margin of the audience. I don't know what the fuck was wrong with Kojima, but somehow the concern that teenage girls wouldn't like the series came up. So they did some sort of interview or poll or survey with Japanese schoolgirls, and they said, "Ooh, I would never play a game with an old man like that as a protagonist." Talking about Snake and, you know, his like old grizzled, like old man rigged appearance and all of that. Rugged, I guess I should say. No, I'm pretty sure it says caution. It's just funky. Oh no, it doesn't. It's typoed. You're right. Looks like French. Nice. I actually never noticed that. I wonder if this is. They're all fucking typo. These textures. Coition. The engineers. Residues. Residues is right, I think. Handling. But yeah, so they came up with Raiden as a different kind of handsome, not the rugged old man appearance that Snake might have, but the more flamboyant, pretty boy, flashy, you know, handsome and fabulous hair Raiden. And you might think it's stupid, but it actually worked for that specific part of the audience. I've been doing this shit for a long time, like 15 plus years, and it really does work. Sometimes we have female viewers coming in here and talking about how much they love Raiden and how handsome he is and how pretty he is and how great he looks. Meanwhile, looking at it from, you know, a boy's perspective back in the day playing these games, you might think that he's, you know, not that masculine or not that attractive or not that yeah, that's where the whole thing with Raiden being quote unquote gay is from. Yeah, it was just funny because he most definitely isn't, but, you know, using it as a derogatory thing. Boys would do that. Meanwhile, the girls actually did like him. So jokes on the boys. Yes, it really did work for that. For some reason, they had that concern. And then you got to keep in mind that the way Raiden was written and directed and motion captured and voice acted, not so much because it changes a lot from Japanese English, but the way that Raiden was motion captured and written, the motion capture actor wasn't even told if it's a male or a female character. So they were told to keep the movements neutral, gender-wise. But the problem is that the idea of neutral movements for a Japanese developer, motion actor back in early 2000s, did not really align with the Western's audience idea of it. So yeah, his movements turn out to feel like really feminine and whatever for Western audience. Not that anybody really gave a shit, because in terms of the Japanese audience or even the development team, they always go on that story and rambling about how Kojima doesn't really care about the English versions of his games. And then the voice acting, if you listen to Raiden's voice in Japanese, his voice is just as deep, if not deeper, than Snake's. So it's not meant to make him sound like effeminate or whatever, or weak, or again, quote unquote gay. I say that as an oversimplification because there really is full of people out there who just automatically go, oh, I'm just too bad because Raiden's gay. And then guess what? They completely bought into that with MGS3 and Rykov. But more on that later when we get to MGS3, because holy shit, that's a huge subject too. That was not the idea at all. In Japanese, his voice is just as deep as Snake's, if not deeper. It's just a completely different experience listening to Raiden talk in Japanese. So maybe these days, and maybe it is a little arrogant of me, but I'd like to think that I contributed to this, doing this shit for 15 years and talking about it. These days is not as bad. The hate for Raiden and the hate for MGS2, at least people in the know, in chat that come and go on the channel all the time, we don't see it a lot, but the average normie opinion of your average casual fan, is still, and especially back in the day, it's still, ooh, I'm just too bad because Raiden gay. Which is really sad. And the irony of it being that Raiden is a representation of the player coming from MGS1, and they don't even realize that they're basically talking about themselves, but whatever. The Raiden, apart from his looks, his unfortunate voice acting in English that was not really intended that way, and his constant whining and questioning of reality and being scared in the game really caused people to, along with the game not giving certain answers to really obvious things that Raiden wonders about, calls a nightmare, like Fortune, Vamp, who really the Patriots are, all that stuff contributed to a huge backlash after MGS2 came out. There's so much outrage about MGS2 and Raiden leaving things unanswered, Raiden questioning reality and being, again, quote-unquote gay. I just say that as an oversimplification of, all the things that I talked about. It sucks that people still use that as a derogatory term, but whatever, what I'm talking about. All of it changed the course of the series forever and ever with MGS3. The whole thing with the MGS4 trailer and MGS3's engine later that happens. The whole thing with Rykov, the whole thing with giving Snake back to the people from MGS3. Okay, hold on. Let me digress here because I don't want to go too deep into MGS3 stuff yet. But in a lot of ways, MGS2 is about finding for yourself what to believe in, what to pass on. That's another reason that we don't get to play a Snake. You know why? Because you know who gets to be Snake in this game? Kojima. He gets to be Snake. When you're Raiden, when Snake finally drops the Bliskin disguise, he's there as Snake in his tanker appearance with his cool sneaking suit, the bandana, and whatever. His was supposed to be cool catchphrase, kept you waiting, huh? You know, when he comes back on Arsenal. At that point, once he drops the Bliskin disguise, Snake is essentially Kojima. If you play on Extreme, maybe we should have done this run on regular Extreme because it's a little bit more telling, and then we would have had rations, but whatever. If you play on Extreme and you stun Snake, if you knock him out and then search him, he will drop the dog tag. And guess whose name is on it on Extreme when you search Snake's dog tag? Hideo Kojima. He puts himself in the game as Snake. He gets to be Snake, not you this time, so that he can pass on the message of MGS2. Well, more on that later once we actually get to it. It'll probably be tomorrow. But that's yet another reason why you don't get to play as Snake, because Kojima has to be Snake so that you can look up to him and what he has to say and listen to it. Those are all most of the reasons. And somebody was talking about how Raiden was being kept secret in the trailers. Apparently that was like a last minute decision that they made. There was a Konami in-house trailer that would be for internal use only, that showed Raiden at the very end of it, but that was it. That's a separate issue. That is the game using its marketing as a tool to add to the game's theme and narrative and message as well. All those cool shots that we see of the tanker, all those scenes where they went so much out of their way to hide Raiden, to the point where they literally swapped Raiden's model for Snake's model in certain cutscenes. You can see trailers with Snake fighting Fortune, Snake meeting the ninja, and then the ninja saying, "I'm like you, I have no name," with the MGS1 voice and just one line. So it essentially just looked like a remake of MGS1. The ninja's back somehow. They really went out of their way to hide Raiden, and they still have a little bit of that left over in the game itself, because when Snake is recalling the events of the tanker, or when we're told the events of MGS1, when we're told the events of the tanker from different perspectives, you will see those trailers where the action on the tanker is way more action-packed than it actually was. For the trailers, they had these crazy scenes with Snake fucking mag dumping the FAMAS in the pantry of the tanker, getting into crazy fights, all of that, and hiding Raiden's existence until the last minute. The theme of MGS2 is memes, but not pictures on internet with text on them. That wasn't a thing. We're talking about the actual meaning, original meaning of meme, which relates to gene, because the definition of meme is being the part of a person's being and information that is not passed on by genes, but is still very much influential and determining a person's identity. Roughly speaking, in this game in MGS1 you have a theme of gene, and in MGS2 you have a theme of meme. So a large part of MGS2 is how information is passed on, because it's I think it was Dawkins' original definition of it, that an analog piece of information that is not passed on by genes but it is a reflection how genes are passed on. Solidus puts it the same way at the end of the game. The Patriots actually put it the same way at the end of the game. Not unlike natural selection. When genes are passed on, the good ones are passed on, and the bad information is left behind, and then information should be the same. Information which is not imparted through genes is memes. So MGS2 is about the passing on of information, and whether it's deciding for yourself what to believe in and what to pass on and how to interpret it and what to basically your takeaway is from things, or do you let the Patriots do it for you? Yeah, because you're unqualified. Like the Patriots AIs say at the end of the game, you don't deserve to be free. Should someone like that be allowed to decide what to pass on? Nah, we should do it for you. So there's this struggle between the two positions, Kojima or Snake's position, right? Of finding for yourself what to believe in, what to pass on, how to interpret things. And the Patriots position, which is humans are too immature a species with too much power that went out of control due to the digital age, and now we created too much garbage information, and things don't get filtered and passed on properly. So the Patriots AI has to do it for you. Those are basically the two sides of the struggle, and MGS2. And unfortunately, I gotta say the Patriots were right, because MGS2 was also Kojima's way of passing on the series to his team. He called it next generation of developers. Some people seem to think that Kojima wanted to end the series with MGS2. That's not correct. Kojima wanted to step down from director's chair, but he didn't want the series to end. He wanted to pass it on. And then that didn't work out. He had to be called back for 3, and from that moment on, the entirety of the series became about Kojima failing to pass on the series. What with the boss's will being misinterpreted and failed to be passed on, and the huge fucking disaster that happened stemmed from that. It's a little sad, really. I would have liked to see maybe something else, because the entirety of the series from MGS3 and onwards became about the failure to pass on the series. MGS2 and people's backlash. Anyway, huge subject. All those things that people bitch about, that they want answers about. Is Rose real? Who the fuck are the Patriots? Why does Vamp keep coming back to life? How does Fortune do what she does, even when she gets shot, whatever? For a second, she still deflects the missiles there. What's with the water theme of MGS2? What's with Olga's child? What's with Liquid and his arm, and the ray that he steals? All those things really piss people off, which is why MGS4 exists to some degree. But if you simply took the theme of the game, which is, Snake says it at the end, everything you felt, thought about, experienced in this is yours, and what you decide to do with it is your choice. If you simply took that fucking core message of the game and applied it to it, make for yourself, take the information and do with it what you will. What you experienced is yours. It's your choice. Start over. Be your own man. That's what Raiden is supposed to do at the end of this, before it goes nowhere inevitably with MGS3 and especially 4. If only people had taken that message. If only Kojima's team has taken the serious and been able to fucking do it without him, it would have been a very, very different future for the series. Alright, sorry, when I go on these Nerd. When I go on these ramblings, I tend not to look at the chat because I'm just lost in thought. I don't want to interrupt my train of thought. But we can take a little break now because we got some things going on this screen. Hopefully they don't fucking wake up, because sometimes there's a glitch where the enemies wake up if you spend too much time in the screen, which tends to happen when I talk about things. And I stop here to look at the chat. Wesley, thank you for the 60 months. DJ Cliche Darkness with 120. Holy shit, thank you so much. Did you El Gregs, you ask, do I think that Kojima was aware of the plausible backlash about MGS2? See, it's an odd thing because the backlash was mostly in the West. Japanese players didn't really get too pissed about Raiden, and we know for a fact that Kojima doesn't really seem to care about the English versions or even the English audience for his games, and yet he let that influence MGS3 and onwards very, very, very heavily. There definitely wasn't as much of a backlash in Japan, but Kojima definitely gave in to the MGS2 and Raiden hate with MGS3 in a lot of ways. Again, more on that when we actually play MGS3. But MGS3 is Kojima giving in to the MGS2 backlash, giving in to the Raiden haters, giving in to people bitching about Raiden. So it's a little odd to me, because the backlash wasn't as big in Japan. He probably did not foresee it, but it influenced everything in the series after it. It's, yeah. That guy is saying a bunch of I don't want to be disrespectful, but uninitiated, misinformed things. Oh wait, he's a fart sniffer. Never mind. Kojima does not care about Western media because he cares about the West or the Western audience. Kojima cares about the Western media because he cares about how cool it is in Japan. The prime example of Kiefer is not there to please the Western audience. It's there to please him, and the Japanese audience are absolutely fucking obsessed with 24. Classic example. There is a huge disconnect between the English versions, the English team of coordinators, translators, localizing, voice acting, voice recording, voice direction, all that stuff. That is almost completely disconnected, and their own team, they're completely disconnected from the Japanese, almost completely. Yeah, obviously they get the script, they have to coordinate to implement and release things, but there's a famous story. Fuck, I wish I could remember who it was that said it. It might have been, now don't quote me on this because I'm not sure, but it was definitely somebody very involved in the English team. I don't know if it was the voice acting director, Chris Zimmerman, that said this. It might have been, or somebody in a similar position, very involved with the English team, that said, I have never spoken to Kojima. I've only spoken to Kojima twice, and once was for a joke. They have damn near no line of communication between the Japanese team and the English translation team. What's going on? Why are you guys... Well, when I see that robot emote, I think there's something wrong with my mic or something. That's what people do. And my voice goes robotic. I'm like, wait, something wrong? So, Kojima wasn't even aware of the English version of MGS1 and its changes in the script until it got re-released in Japan. That's why Jeremy Blaustein, who worked on the MGS1 localization, got fired. They felt that he took too much creative liberty with adding things and interpreting things for MGS1 script, and they had no fucking idea. The only way they found out is when English MGS1 re-released in Japan as Integral, which we were playing earlier, by the way. Kojima had no idea the state of MGS1's script in English until it got re-released in Japan. And even then, it wasn't even him who found out. It was Scott Dolph who had to tell him, look, this guy did this, and whatever with the translation, and then he got him fired. So, the real life Scott Dolph, not the Marine Commandant, but the international coordinator for Konami at the time and Kojima's team at the time. They named the Marine Commandant after him. Basically, Scott Dolph got Jeremy Blaustein fired because of that. So that's one little example of Kojima being otherwise completely disconnected. Another example is the abysmal translation of MGS2 that we got. The abysmal choices in casting, and completely unrelated. Basically, they didn't get to note that, oh, this character should be this character, and this character should sound like this character, and this line should sound like this line from MGS1 and MGS2. So MGS2's translation suffered a lot because of that, unfortunately. So there's another. In MGS3, Kojima wanted to fucking get Kurt Russell to voice Snake. Aki Otsuka, Snake's Japanese voice actor, wanted the voice actors to actually fucking learn Russian to do their lines in Russian. They just have these, and of course Kojima didn't get that. They didn't get either of those things. Like it's there's always some shenanigans going on with the translations, localization, voice acting, voice casting choices that they try to make, and they're usually just self-contained to Kojima's little bubble and what little leaks out that the English team can use. There's a whole thing with Kiefer that we went over. Kojima did that for himself and for Japanese audience, and it just only escalated for that, because the more fame and money and success and connections that Kojima gets, the more he can put celebrities in his games, and it just gets out of hand, man. But each new game is just an excuse for Kojima to fucking hang out with celebrities and scan their feet, and tweet pictures of food, and just overall having this smug fucking way about him, like, look who I get to hang out with, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Kojima Productions, it's been around for 9 years. We were talking about this with Nitroid. One game in 9 or 10 years has been hanging out with celebrities for how long, and he got one game out. Yeah, okay. Merchandise, like one shit game, one might say, but okay. Come on, man. Anyway, cool little detail here, which, by the way, this Easter egg is completely gone from the Master Collection for some reason. If you put certain key figures' names in here, code name, the rest of the information will also change that person's information. So, like, if we put Kojima, the birthday changes August 24th. Nationality, there's actually two of these. There's Japan, and then there's Konami Japan. That says Konami Japan. That is, apparently Konami owns you, your nationality. You're like born in it. I don't know. Hold on, let me fix that. There we go. And now that's how it is. In the original PS2 version, this had a lot more information in it. For one thing, the year was in question marks, and the birthday they had to hide that. They also had blood type and sex as fields in here as well. But the excuse that I hear for why it was removed is because with the HD edition, you now have cloud saves available on PS3, PSN, Xbox, whatever the fuck. So they were afraid that those saves being on the internet would contain personal information. I don't know if they were afraid of it, but maybe there was some legal implication as to why they couldn't do it. You can't have a thing that uploads your date of birth, your blood type. So they removed that because the saves would have to be uploaded. It depends what region you're playing. The original PS2 version. So here's the thing: the original Sons of Liberty is a very, very rough and unrefined version of the game. I would suggest Substance, but if you're playing the European Sons of Liberty, which came out much later, European Sons of Liberty already has a lot of the fixes that went into Substance. So it's not as bad as an experience, except for the fact that it's European. It probably runs slower, but whatever. The only thing that Sons of Liberty has over Substance is essentially the sky effects and the big shell intro that we were talking about here when it came up. There's really no reason not to play Substance other than that. So, and of course you have all the added stuff in Substance, Snake Tales, those are a good time. VR has some fun missions. You get little mistakes in the game, things that got changed, like when Solidus shows up right before the Ray fight. He says, "No more games, Jack." But in the original Sons of Liberty, he said, "No more games, Raiden." Which makes no sense, because he wouldn't call him Raiden, of course. He knows him from before all this, so he would call him Jack. So they changed that. There's a little cutscene of Raiden running across the oil fence bridge with the PSG-1 before you end up in Strut E again with Emma. That goes added later. It's not in the original Sons of Liberty. And then you've got little things like little railings that were missing the flag to be able to hang from them. In Sons of Liberty, there's a couple railings that you can't hang off of because of that. Like the clearing camera is a little bit different. The timer when you have to equip the AK for the disguise works differently. There's little things, but for some reason they never fix the sky effects. That's the only thing that Sons of Liberty has, really. Put Shinkawa's name in here. Wait a second. Damn it. I had to put his name first. If you're familiar with the games, it's a lot of fun going through the different versions and noticing the differences. But if you just want to experience it at its best, just play Substance if you're on PS2. Yoji Shinkawa, Japanese Jesus, apparently. He's born on December 25th, and again, nationality Konami, Japan. Hold on, let's fix that again. There we go. So there's actually quite a few names of interest you can put in here. Usually just do Kojima and Shinkawa because they're kind of like the first and second in command, and a lot of things in these games. But there's quite a few more names that I don't usually go through. And now before anybody asks, so Toyota doesn't work. I know that guy's a legend, but it doesn't work. But again, this. Oh yeah, that's right. Awesome brand. The original release, U.S. Sons of Liberty, is the bloodiest version. Like the scene with Vamp killing the SEALs has a lot more blood. The corpses of the Marines you find on the tanker or a lot bloodier. Yeah. No, of course not, Eddie. Yeah, all of these are gone from the Master Collection. Fuck knows why, but none of these names work here. It's like each time these games get re-released, they always lose some bit of content. The more they re-release these games, the more they lose shit. Yeah, it's kind of sad. Master Collection, this doesn't work at all. Let's see. Gorge Sears. Fuck it. Gorge Sears. You know what's funny about Gorge Sears? People liked it so much that when the Master Collection fixed it, a mod came out to restore it on PC. Restore Gorge Sears. And of course, if we put today's date. Oops. Oh, I wonder what date my PS3 thinks it is. February 10th. Sure, why not? If we put today's date according to my PS3, we get a little happy birthday cake there. That's another little Easter egg. Konami Japan. Oh shit, I forgot to show you guys another something. Wait, no, you can't even do it here. Another Easter egg that's missing because this is the HD edition. Because you can't put the year in your date of birth, so the game can't calculate it. But in the original, if you put the year for your date of birth and you were under 18, the next screen would have the blood automatically turned off. You could turn it back on, but by default, the blood would be off in the options. If you enter the birth date, that would make you under 18. It's just a little tiny detail that's not there anymore because the year is gone. They also added this very practical back to title screen thing here, which is very dangerously close to the exit button, which does not wait or ask for confirmation if you accidentally select it. Ask me how I know. So you could accidentally go back there. Okay. So yeah, in a way we also got a nerfed version of this screen in HD. Okay, those guys didn't wake up for once.
The radar should be functioning now.
Remember your VR training sessions. The tool is exactly the same one.
The posters are probably a licensing thing with FHM.
The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden.
Kind of like how Death Stranding has monster energy for the regular version, but then it doesn't for Director's Cut.
Isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it.
It's probably the exact same thing.
Easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing
Here we get the word for word radar explanation from Mei-Ling. Mei-Ling looks different today. We don't usually get that in MGS1 because I play in Extreme, but in MGS2 it always plays because the radar is a separate setting. And here we go.
Jack, is everything alright?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going
Go
on?
away.
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She has my
She's
butt at
never
her
been a part of
disposal.
a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for
She's never
selecting
been
her for
part
this
of a
mission.
butt mission. This is
Colonel, I
insane.
fail to see.
I know your VR
Put it
training
anywhere.
performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose.
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances,
This is another
you're free
and
to
just
do what
one
you see
connection
fit.
here. A
Hey,
record of all
I
the
prefer
calls.
this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a request, if I may.
Snake asks
Of
Ming to
course.
do that at the end
His
of
handle
just
is
one.
Raiden. For the duration of the mission.
Campbell talks
Could you
about
call him
having
that?
Poppy.
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden.
Ugh.
Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack,
What?
do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well, I'll keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
What's up with this guy?
This guy. What? Alright, you took a step. Here's another call. That's how it is at the beginning of the plant.
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining consciousness.
Be careful, Jack.
Find somewhere to hide until the elevator arrives. You must stay out
Yeah.
of sight.
Alright, Raiden.
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the...
So the whole thing with Raiden forgetting their anniversary is there because that's a real life thing that happened to Kojima and his wife. He went through some sort of crisis in his marriage
Who's there?
because he really did forget their anniversary, apparently. So they put it in the game. They're not
Stay on guard.
testing him. And in general, Rose as a whole is based on Kojima's real life experience with women. It represents his ideal woman, intellectual or something. They described it. And a lot of it is probably based on his wife, maybe previous relationships, who knows. Ooh, those
The
sunglasses.
terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky
It's
high.
sunny in here.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the president?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
We can actually see Raiden here if we zoom in.
The big shell
There
is
he
comprised
is.
of shells 1 and 2.
Oh, whatever
Each
artifacts
unit
on it
consists
from
of a
Blue Point.
central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like two hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment.
God, there's some weird shit going on there.
First, get to a node.
Not a
Log
chance.
into the network.
Got it.
Why don't you do it? So the fact that a lot of people hate Rose, to me, is a testament that she is a very well written, most realistic, probably, written character in the whole series. Just think about it. Her interactions with Raiden, based on Kojima's real life interactions with women. and people fucking hate her. It's perfect. Rose is there to further, uh, you know, set Raiden Snake aside in a lot of ways. I think they also came out and declared this. Rose's real life shenanigans or realistic fights and discussions that they have with Raiden. You will never hear Snake talk about how he wants to eat lobster, or he stayed home and watched TV all night, watched King Kong all night. You'll never hear those things. To me, those things exist to make Raiden more relatable and more human, and it would explain why Rose is based on real interactions as well. And how they kind of talk and argue about mundane things, and it all comes back at the end of the game when the Rose AI or the Patriots in the big call at the end, they basically use all of Raiden's human traits and flaws as an explanation and excuse as to why we are not qualified to interpret information and pass it on ourselves. We don't deserve to be free, and they're all perfectly normal human flaws that pretty much everyone has. How they talk about how sometimes he blames others instead of himself. He doesn't fucking acknowledge things. What do they say exactly? You're not qualified. Should someone like that even have the right to decide? It's not my fault. It's not your fault. You don't reach out to me unless I give you no choice but to do so. Everything was for your sake. All things that, to some degree, everybody's guilty of at some point in life, being selfish in some way or being human and flawed in some way. They use all those things. 2 years of Rose basically dissecting and sending information to the Patriots about Raiden and his habits, his behavior. 2 years of that they've been together. You make him more human in the game, and then all of it used to make a point against humanity being qualified to exercise free will and pass on information for ourselves. So yeah, we're going for rank terrible. These runs always turn out to be a clusterfuck of, it takes a long time because I'm just talking about things for a long time. We're doing Easter eggs, we're doing calls, we're doing extras, we're doing a bunch of game overs and whatnot. So it always turns into a clusterfuck of stats. So the rank doesn't matter. When we do these big boss runs, if you're interested in that, where I play efficiently, but this is not one of them. So Rose's character, a lot of people hate her, and a lot of people think she shouldn't be there. But I think it really works for the call at the end, and for making Raiden more human. And how she questions Raiden's self-worth and his ability to establish truth for himself. It's just very much in line with the stuff that the game's about. What the Patriots use to claim that humans aren't qualified to exercise free will anymore. Let's do a bunch of calls here. Can we kill the seagulls? It's a lot easier if you have guns. Yeah, you can shoot them, you can put them to sleep. But if we time this right... fuck. Oh, there we go. You can also slap and kick them out of the air if you time it right as they're taking off. Nice. Very angry birds. And then you have the oop here, of course, which is a gag made almost exclusively for Raiden. Oh, cool, an item. Let's get it. See, the thing is, they wouldn't have done this to Snake in MGS2. Although in MGS1, they made an animation for him to slip and fall in the blast furnace, kind of like this. But it got removed in MGS1. We were doing the developer calls about MGS1 and translating them, and there's a call about this exactly. The guy who made the animation couldn't get it to trigger in the game, and then he found out it got removed because it was just too much for Snake, yeah. But for Raiden, they don't mind Raiden being ridiculed like this, you know. It's very much in theme with Raiden's character being a noob and being, you know, confused in a lot of ways, and being not as respected as Snake, you know. Now you can do this with Snake too, because since Substance came out, you know, you can play as Snake in this stage in other modes. So you can also see the animation in Snake, but that wasn't there originally when the game came out. When the game was written, that was just added later. Actually, Substance and especially Snake Tales are the first symptom of people bitching about Raiden and wanting more Snake gameplay. That's largely why Snake Tales exists. But anyway, they certainly don't mind ridiculing Raiden like this, but they wouldn't do it to Snake in this game at first. Yeah, fucking Twitch reset in 54 minutes. Ugh. Yeah, it's the same reason why Snake gets to hold up Olga and Raiden doesn't. Olga doesn't respect, Raiden doesn't get that kind of respect. He's not nearly as threatening as Snake. When Raiden tries to hold up Olga, she's like, not a chance. She jumps away instead. Anyway, calls. So many calls here. Wait, not you. Fuck.
According to the SEAL Team 10's communications, the president was sighted on Strut B. Right,
sure how I feel
head for
about that.
Strut B. It's to the northwest of...
They always tell you where to go first. It's not too interesting, and then the interesting stuff is sometimes mixed in with tutorial
I
calls.
see a lot of birds over there. The tanker accident 2 years ago released crude oil containing massive quantities of endocrine disruptors. The fish that absorbed them were then eaten by seagulls, which further concentrated the endocrine disruptors in their bodies. What sort of outcome this will lead to is still currently under review and is yet unclear. It just goes to show that finishing the cleanup of ocean oil spills does not mean that environmental restoration efforts end there as well.
Colonel, do you think the terrorist ringleader is really Solid Snake?
Yes, I do.
But during the Shadow Moses incident, Snake was
A hero?
yeah.
Certainly. You went through VR training, but it is not as if the simulation is faithful to every fact. It changes people.
You too, Colonel?
Raiden, focus on the task at hand. Solid Snake is the terrorist kingpin. He is an opponent you can't underestimate. Understood?
The real oil leak was from a second tanker that they sank there. You hear Otacon describe it later. The Patriots immediately came up with the plan of sending a fully loaded tanker and sank it in the same location. So there really is a little bit of pollution, but the big shell isn't doing much to clean it up very efficiently. So this call where Raiden says Snake was a hero on the tanker, you know. Sometimes there seems to be a little bit of confusion whether the tanker that we played is a real tanker or there's a second real tanker out there, because the Colonel keeps fucking lying to Raiden. You know, the VR simulation isn't accurate, and then you have Snake describing it. But it actually all comes down to the Colonel and the Patriots just simply lying to Raiden, because some people seem to think that Raiden went through a separate tanker that didn't exist. Well, here's the thing: you're thinking with within limitations of the game universe, but what this game does constantly is permeate between real life universe and game universe, treating the game universe as if it's a real life universe. So Raiden knows that Snake didn't sink the tanker because he went through the same tanker that you played, where Snake didn't sink the tanker. It's just that the Colonel tells him that those are not the real events, and it's just a VR simulation. But here's the thing, and this is one of those things why this game is sometimes very interesting to talk about, because a lot of things being up for interpretation, and being a little blurry in a way. But that's what the game's about. To look at things and interpret them yourself. To me, when they say VR mission, yeah, there's this big VR theory. There's this big VR question: is MGS2 VR, or are the events real? And this is, mind you, located within MGS2 itself. Before MGS4 came out, all that bullshit wasn't supposed to exist. That wasn't written at the time. That was not the intention at the time. When people ask, is MGS2 real? Was it VR? Was it a simulation? The answer is yes, but also no, because it's a simulation. It's VR because it's simply a piece of software. It's not that there is, like in the god-awful digital graphic novel made by people who had no fucking idea what they were doing. It's very weird adaptation of it to make it work as a novel, but maybe we shouldn't even talk about it. Just pretend it doesn't exist. It's not that there is some VR headset in the game universe and the game universe is separate from our universe, and Raiden is canonically putting on a VR headset to do MGS1 or VR missions or the tanker in VR. No. When the game says that it's a piece of VR, virtual reality, it simply means that it's a piece of software, because it's a piece of software in real life. So when people ask, are the events of MGS2 real? No, because it's a video game. But it's VR in that aspect. That's all that means to me. But it doesn't mean that in the game universe, Raiden is canonically sitting somewhere with a VR headset on his face. There's an entire Snake Tale dedicated to this, actually. The Snake Tale external gazer, which starts out with Snake trying Otacon's new VR system, and then it turns out maybe there's someone in another universe with a device that's helped you with all your actions, you know? Maybe there's a device out there that does it. It's a game console. See how the game constantly goes back and forth between real life and game universe, sort of treating the game universe as real life, while at the same time the irony of it being that the game universe treats itself as real life without realizing, or at least Raiden realizing, that it's also a piece of software in real life. So that's where it might get a little confusing, I guess, for people. But the simple answer is MGS2 VR, yes, because it's a piece of software. This is why there's so much real life history, built into the game's lore. But sometimes it takes its own branching, different branching pathways, like the real life presidents. Many of the real life presidents are acknowledged in the game universe, but then they have their own as well at some point with Solidus, with Johnson, with whatnot, as in the fictional Johnson in this game. But then you have references to Nixon and references to JFK and real life Johnson in the 60s. That came later, but still the Nixon thing is already in MGS1. But a lot of the game's universe treats itself as its real life. Raiden often applies real life logic to things, and that's when he gets confused and scared. And people make fun of him, but wouldn't you be if you were in Raiden's position? If you were the crazy fucking near suicide mission by yourself and you saw crazy shit like Vamp and Fortune and Ocelot's arm and the ninja, whatever the fuck, you know, you would be pretty fucking scared too. It's easy to say it's a video game from the other side of the screen, but Raiden doesn't know that he's a video game character. If anything, he's slowly realizing it, and that's why he's fucking losing his mind throughout this game. Because the game treats itself as real life, with real life references, history, and perhaps the biggest real life reference being that it's VR. It's a piece of software. I've completed 300 missions in VR. I played MGS1, and then I like to put it this way: there's kind of like two simulations going on. And when I say simulation, it does not mean that the event of the games are fake in its own universe. I mean, they're obviously fake because it's a video game, but that's again real life logic to it. But the two simulations going on are one for the player in the game, one for Raiden in the game, and one for the player in real life. And for the most part, they align. For the most part, they're the same, but it diverges here and there a little bit. Most of it being the recreation of MGS1 events. How you would be expected to go into MGS2 with a lot of MGS1 knowledge and experiences and expecting things from it, and noticing all the references and whatnot. But then it diverges a little bit because Raiden also doesn't know everything that a normal person would know from playing MGS1. They can't just have him come out and say, hey, I'm a video game character and I played a video game before this and I know all these things about Solid Snake, because he doesn't know what Snake looks like. He doesn't know who the guy in the box is. He doesn't know who the Patriots are, even though supposedly he read in the Dungeons of Shadow Moses, but whatever. He doesn't know who Nastasha is. He doesn't know a bunch of things that you would know from playing MGS1. So it's not one-to-one. Raiden's knowledge, they would often say that he went through Shadow Moses, that he went through VR missions, that he went through the tanker, but his knowledge is not one-to-one what normal players would be, because that would get weird. So instead of Raiden saying, hold on, this is like the video game that I played, and maybe I'm in a video game too, maybe I'm a video game character, holy shit. They kind of tune that down a little bit, and they simply have him be confused and be in a nightmare you can't wake up from. It's the closest thing without, because that would ruin a lot of the narrative, I guess, if Raiden applied only and completely, totally real life logic. So they tune that down. He still does apply a lot of real life logic to it, but not as much as an actual person getting fucking isekai'd in MGS2's world. It's like a milder version of that. That's really what that is. Fox Mine, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Glad you enjoyed the stream. All my endless rambling here, as if there was enough dialogue in this game. Actually, I don't know if I ever put it that way before, but it really fits. Raiden is a milder version of somebody from the real world getting isekai'd in there. Getting fucking transferred in a fictional world from the real world and being aware of it. Understanding the rules of the game. He does that. The item box. The controls. Oh, I know those. Yeah. But it's like a milder version. Anyway, what's bullshit? Where? Who? Don't tell me it's fucking Gray Fox again. Message deleted. Okay, it probably was Gray Fox. 40 minutes until Twitch reset. Probably take a few seconds. Not too bad, I guess.
If you find an item box, walk up to it and take a look in first-person view.
Yeah.
That tanker accident that happened over there 2 years ago. The tanker sank and...
I know. I went through it in VR training. The tanker didn't sink because of Snake, though.
Raiden, VR training does not exactly simulate everything with absolute fidelity.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Okay, listen. Here are the facts. Known terrorist Solid Snake sank that tanker loaded with crude oil. The end result being severe environmental pollution in Manhattan Bay. Put any misperceptions of Snake as some kind of hero behind you. He is a terrorist, and that's that.
If they really wanted to manipulate Raiden, they would have given him a fake fucking simulation of the tanker where Snake is the bad guy. But Raiden knows that the tanker didn't sink because of Snake. The Colonel simply tells him that the VR simulation is not accurate to reality. Because they have no other version of the tanker. There's only the tanker where the actual events of the game happened, you know? So some people get confused. Oh, did we play a fake tanker? Did we play the real tanker? Was it Raiden playing a Snake? Technically, you're always Raiden playing a Snake, because up until Raiden gets revealed, Raiden is the player. I mean, even after he gets revealed, but we didn't know. You can make the argument that when you're playing VR missions, or when you're playing MGS1, you know, that's Raiden's way of experiencing MGS1 as the player. Raiden being very much a stand-in for the player. Again, not one-to-one, because he would act a lot different, you know, being aware that he's in a video game as a real-life person, but there are traces of it. When he's comfortable with the game mechanics that are explained to him, and all the events from Shadow Moses that come back in some form.
Raiden, look at that wire fence. You may be able to crawl through it. Crouch down using the crawl button.
Yeah. The re-recorded line there. Not being part of the simulation. You know what? The Colonel mostly refers to things not being part of the simulation when he's talking about Pliskin. But here's the thing. Simulation being the for the most part for Raiden being the recreation of the MGS1 events. So whenever they talk about, for example, the one thing that does change from MGS1 is the whole deal with Fat Man. Where Fat Man, he places the bombs, you have to find the bombs, all that came from elsewhere. It came from, we'll go over it when the time comes. And then Pliskin's role in it. I wonder if maybe the Colonel saying that Pliskin isn't part of the simulation is part of the simulation. You know, 300 IQ there, but because Snake or Pliskin definitely covers some roles from MGS1. Obviously, we have him go up the elevator like Liquid does in MGS1. We have him be the mentor frequency like Master, again Liquid, in MGS1, you know, with the 141.80 frequency. I wonder, but you could also make the argument that MGS1 doesn't have this big secondary character that's there with you doing shit alongside you, like Pliskin does, like defusing bombs in Shell 2 while you're doing Shell 1, you know, fighting the Harrier with the helicopter, and then the Colonel just not trusting Snake, the way Ocelot said later, you know, everything was orchestrated except for the appearance of the real Solid Snake. I wonder now who sent for you. And Ocelot didn't know, but as Liquid he did know, because he's the one who got Snake and Otacon involved. Yeah, no, Raiden is constantly asking, "What do you mean by simulation, Colonel?" And then there's those calls about the exact VR missions that he brings up sometimes, like the PSG-1 sniping call and Nikita going through the ducts to get to the president call. Nobody told Raiden about the simulation and what it's supposed to be, but the Colonel keeps bringing it up. It is a little bit weird, yeah. Raiden is like, what do you mean by simulation? Simulation again. What exactly does that mean? You can take a simulation and shove it up your ass, yeah? But there's that one call specifically about the Nikita that really goes a little bit more in depth into that, about the difference between it being a rehearsal and being a simulation of the events. That call is not for a while though. It's right before the president cutscene, and the Colonel says, "Not a rehearsal, a simulation. Like, you'll be fine if you just follow, whatever you're used to." So as far as Raiden knows, is just his VR missions preparing him for what's coming. But and actually, after you defeat the president, after you do the president cutscene and he dies, Raiden figures it out. It's not until then that he figures it out, although he's suspicious. There's another call when you pick up the M9 where he's suspicious about it. But if you do an optional call or two with the Colonel after the president dies, he says it word for word. Just like Shadow Moses, exactly the same as Shadow Moses. Ninja, the aims and the president's death, the virus that mimics Fox die. It's exactly like Shadow Moses, and the Colonel tells him, "No, Raiden, you're tired. You're thinking too much. Yeah, don't look into it too much. There's no time for armchair theories." Although that might be the M9 call. So yeah, it's actually interesting how the Colonel keeps repeating, the simulation, but they kind of keep it hidden from Raiden what the simulation is supposed to recreate. So yeah, that's kind of a good catch there. They usually just talk about it as the controls and the VR missions preparing Raiden, the game mechanics preparing Raiden for what he's going through. Oh yeah, that's a big part of the game. I wish more people would have taken that seriously.
According to the SEAL Team 10's...
Yeah.
Jack, I did a search on the Big Shell. The tanker accident 2 years ago spilled a catastrophic amount of crude oil into the bay. The Big Shell is an offshore decontamination facility built to restore the Manhattan Bay environment by trapping and disposing the spilt oil. Around the perimeter of the Big Shell, oil fences were erected in order to protect against any further dispersal of the oil. You see those steeples erected here and there in the fence? Those
The
are
Raiden is
piles
actually
to draw
looking
off
to the
polluted
side.
Seawater. Gathered seawater is carried to the pump room in Strut A first, and all of the larger garbage is collected in sediment pool number 1 of Strut D. This is followed by a 2-step purification process in the Shell 2 core water reserve, in which oil is removed by microbes. Then it is sent to Strut L and sterilized, and finally once again carried to the surface piles and flushed back into the bay.
Did the military database include information on the marine filtration facility structure as well?
No, I didn't use the database.
Huh?
I used a brochure.
So this might just come across as a little funny line there, but truth is that she just used the information available openly to the public in the brochure, right? Because if she used the actual military database that is probably in some way connected and controlled by the Patriots, she would have found perhaps the real information about the Big Shell, that there isn't that much pollution cleanup going on, that there's much more going on with it. Later, Otacon says something about how he thinks that they have fresh shipments of crude oil brought in to replace the stuff that they cleaned up, and they're not cleaning at full capacity, full efficiency, not even close, not even a little. So yeah, it's using information available to the public that's fake. That's what Rose is looking at there, not the military database. Let's see, man. There's so much shit going on. I'm getting nervous about that Twitch thing in 30
If you
minutes.
see an approximately waist-high railing, push the...
Yeah, he might just be talking about that because I'm next to the railing right now.
You will be able to move left and right while...
Yep.
A grip gauge is...
Yeah, fuck it. He's just talking about hanging because we're right next to the railing. Yeah, there was a call in MGS1 about how they were kind of disappointed with how they had to make the player shadows. They're really simple. Just a little dark spot underneath your feet in MGS1. There was a developer call about that, so yeah, now it's a lot. Oh, nice. It's a lot more dynamic and accurate. MGS2. God, the jump from MGS1 to MGS2 or PS1 to PS2 was just crazy. It just turned into diminishing returns after that.
according to the seal.
Stop telling me where to go.
Strut A is a pump facility that supplies the energy to circulate the polluted water drawn from the sea throughout each of the big shell sections. The south side is the actual pump facility itself, while the north side is the control room.
Okay, usually when we reach the last call on each strut, it's Rose describing the function of that specific strut. Oh, took another step. Call.
Right. SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no
Oh
exception.
shit, DRK29 is back. How could I miss
There's
that?
no need for concern. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the
What a
NSDD
guy.
came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
DRK69, thank you for the 77 months restart. It's somebody who changed their name to make it a little closer to mine. Out of admiration, I would imagine. Yeah, nothing offensive, but I don't remember what their official name was. It's been so long. Oh, fuck. I know because I was there when it happened. Zai, thank you for the Prime sub. Here's a tiny thing that's off in the HD edition. When riding cartwheels to the side here, in the original, and I think even in the Japanese HD, for some reason in English HD, he doesn't go in a straight line. Like the cartwheel is supposed to be a perfect straight line when he does it in the scene here, but look what happens, it just ends up a little diagonal here.
I'll go check the roof. I'll leave the first floor to you, okay? Understood.
Really fucking weird changes. And it's only in English. I remember, see, why does he end up all the way there? Like, he should end up by the wall. It's a tiny thing, but it makes you wonder what the hell changed.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
Distract them. Try making some
Definitely
noise to
not.
draw their attention away.
No.
How?
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
Yeah, got it.
And we're just gonna... I guess we'll kill him, fuck it. And we get an extra call the first time you take somebody down here.
Got one, I see. Don't leave him lying around. Hide the body as soon as possible. When his
What's
comrades
that
come back
supposed to
from the
mean?
roof, you don't want him being found. If they do find him, they'll be on the alert and things can get difficult. When you take a hostile down, hide the body where a patrol is unlikely to come around. You can drag an enemy personnel's
Oh,
body.
that was a little delayed, huh?
This is how to do it. First, walk.
Yeah, shut up. I know how to do it. We don't. We also don't need to do it. You can see some of these monitors showing the bottom of strut A. Though there's really no cameras down there. But that's where we were in the dock area. And then there's a node here, the nerd, which is a really weird call to do about it. Something really out of character for the Colonel.
Nodes are the terminals of the Operation Support
Nerds.
Computer Network for the Big Shell. Of course, only Big Shell staff can gain access, with their job description determining their system authority and access. I install a program in your nanomachines that automatically enters the passcode for unrestricted access. Press the action button in front of the node to activate it. Use the node by pressing the action button in front of the terminal.
The fuck?
We the Marines.
Can you imagine Colonel Campbell supposedly, allegedly, installing a program in the nanomachines to clear access to the node? No way. That would be very out of character for the Colonel to do that. Perhaps it's more of a hint the fact that, you know, and the interface itself, though, you go around changing the game options within terminals in the game itself. You know, you have that, and you have the kernel being, you know, software, basically. You have the in-game options. Again, it's a case of the game kind of like permeating real life and blending in real life and game universes where you are changing the game options within the game terminals themselves, but really your console. And then you have things like the game over screen, which is not a game over screen, it's a mission failed screen, just like you had in VR. And the mission failed screen is also part of the interface of the Big Shell in a way, because you can see your stats on it. You know, when the kernel starts glitching out, you get the famous fish and mail thing. Then you have the arena where you're fighting rays. You know, all these things sort of breaking the fourth wall in a way between the game and the player and the console, the actual screen you're playing on, being software options and part of the game interface within the game itself. So that calls very out of character for Campbell. Yeah, Heaven's Door, all the stages, oh yeah, that's the other thing, thanks for reminding me, the stage numbers, the stage codes being in the stages themselves. Actually be able to see one here, I think. Every stage has a code in the game file, which is usually a couple letters and a couple numbers. You can select those from like the developer menu. There's a stage select thing, and they're all like W21A or W08, whatever. They all have a code, and you can see the code in the fucking stage itself when you're in it.
Watch your back. That's a
and of course, you can also see it in the game over mission failed, I should say, screen.
It will alert enemy personnel. Exercise extreme caution.
Oh, you mean in the stage? It's not every stage that has it visible. The connecting bridges definitely have it.
Also destroy the engine or the camera. Some of the UAVs may be armed. Be careful.
Copy that.
When you first get out of Arsenal, when you first get out of the torture room, you can see it there. The elevator where you fight the Pengu 2 fight, that one has it. The connecting bridges have it. Maybe the regular struts don't always have it.
He is safe. What about the package? Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money. Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home.
Nah, the thing Emma's warm would not influence the arena where you fight Rays. I was just talking about it, why it's like that. It's just adding more to the VR
Right.
theory that people
the
have.
president's life is in danger. Head to
It
Strut
adds to
Vehicle
it.
now.
It's again one, because that arena, you might not be aware of it, but that arena is from MGS1 VR missions. It's the photo shoot arena where you can take pictures of Naomi or Mei Ling. Shit. Hold on, I forget where this freaking thing is here. Oh, left. Might see me again though. Shit, bug. I forget where the stupid thing is in this, but we'll look for it. It's easier to find. It's easier to find in after the Stillman cutscene, that connecting bridge there. You follow Snake around. 20 minutes. And we got this stupid cipher to deal with too. It's gotta be in here somewhere. Oh, you know what? The struts don't have it, but I think the doors do. I'll have to use this check. Maybe we should do it after we have a gun. The doors should have stage numbers on them. Maybe not. Fuck, that's not it. I never show this one. Usually I show it after the Stillman cutscene, but I'm pretty sure that every connecting bridge has it. Maybe not. Oh, there it is. Is this it? This looks like it. W23A. That looks like it. That's the structure, the naming standard that they use for it. Oh, you know how we can check easily. Let me just get this checked. Well, actually, we don't need it. Fuck it. If I just die in here, and we look at the vantage point.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
W23A. So there it is. So the mission failed screen isn't simply a game over screen. You know, I'm just one tanker that said game over when you die. In VR missions, it says mission failed, and as for Raiden on the plant, it says mission failed as well. And here you can consider this GWs or fucking Node or the big shells or the game's interface as all being connected, and of course the game's interface as you see it, because later you see it as fishing mailed where you're playing, and this actually contains all your stats. That might look like nonsense text below continue and exit, but the spaces are a little funny. But if you, by reading it, it says arm strength, which is 0, which is the number of pull-ups you've done. We haven't done any as Raiden. Prudence 14, that's saves. There's ammo used, 249, that's self-explanatory. Alert number 8, it's also self-explanatory. Newt 31, that's neutralizations, kills basically. And then the damage amount 336. That one's not as obvious. What you should know is that you see a life bar in this game as a visual representation of your health, but like everything in programming, the game has numbers. So it could be that you actually have a numerical value of health, and then it's represented as a health bar. So they're all just numbers. So that tells you how much damage you took totally. I wonder if it includes... It probably includes damage from the tanker. Yeah, because it definitely includes the ammo and the saves and the kills from the tanker. Just not the arm strength, because it's Raiden now instead of Snake. And then you have camera positions of where you died, XYZ positions. Area move is a weird one, because you would think area move is just how many times you move through an area, how many times you loaded a new area. But it's weird how it works. It doesn't update every time you go through a new loading screen. I tested it. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not going over all that shit again. But is MGS2 VR? Yes, it's a piece of software. Congratulations. And then the thing we were looking at, Vanished Point, where you can see the stage name, Vanished Point. I only recently learned what a vanishing point is in art, because I'm not artsy-fartsy at all. But yeah, like the thing and the horizon, things going to distance until they seem like they're vanishing, where things align and whatever the fuck, in art. But in this case, vanish point is where you died, basically, where you vanished, and that gives you the stage name. In this case, W23A. So each time you die in a different stage, that's gonna change depending on where you are. And most of these you can see in the stage itself. Somewhere, where did we find it? On the pipe, I think. There it is, W23A. Fug. This guy again. It's a game and old movie. Oh, okay. Oh shit. Oh, I had frames. Nice. We have to hide this guy now. We'll hide him like this. Bye bye. Yeah, I wanted to look at it again. 23A. Oh shit, they're coming from here. We might be okay then. Nope. Bug. I guess we're gonna vanish again. Fuck it, we'll just do it properly without looking at the damn thing now.
No, this isn't happening. Jack, you have to answer me. Jack!
Vanished
Jack!
point. Alright, let's just fucking go there now. Because I like to go get the M9, especially in in-depth runs. The M9's initial location changes depending on the difficulty. If you play an easy, very easy, it's right there at the beginning of the strut A, bottom, the dock area. You can even get the M9 while Raiden has the mask still on.
Nothing here.
But then on higher difficulties will change, and eventually it'll be here. I forget which difficulty puts it where exactly, but Extreme, European Extreme definitely puts it here. And from the fact that it's very useful to have right now, there's also a very interesting thought about it. Raiden is already a little suspicious.
Raiden, didn't you?
Yeah.
Raiden, I see you found a weapon.
Why are there weapons here of all places? The big shell is supposed to be just a facility for marine filtration, right?
The terrorists probably brought it in with them.
Dunno. Looks like it's been here from before them.
What are you saying?
Raiden, there is no time for armchair theories. Concentrate on the task at hand.
Roger that.
Every time Raiden gets a little too suspicious, they tell him, stop thinking so hard, keep moving on.
An item box can
That's not it.
So you can get a strut F call.
Strut
Yep.
F is the storage center. I think a variety of materials for maintenance of the big shell are stored there. There might be something that would come in handy. Why don't you look around?
So now we gotta do a couple dangerous things in order to get another call here. You have to successfully escape an alert. And maybe take some damage, probably. And European extreme guards kill you in 3 hits. So what we're gonna do... we have to get an alert, get the support team in here. You have to escape the caution and evasion. No, sorry, not the evasion. You have to escape the alert and evasion, not the caution. And probably taking damage also does it. I'm not sure. Fuck, doesn't matter if I kill this guy because he's just gonna respawn when I get an alert. But yeah, if we can successfully do that, there will be call with Rose. Fine. Alright. Fuck it, let's do it. Oh. Alright. We can escape the evasion now. Oof. Oh, maybe I need to take more. Actually, let me test it without taking more damage. Oh, fug. Hope they're not coming down the stairs. Oh, fuck. It really is a damage. I guess it makes sense. Because in the call they talked about, yeah, how close it was. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Let's see if we can still do it. I need to take damage for it. Oh, he missed. An asshole. Okay. Now. We fucking die, of course. Okay, so I need to get an alert and I need to take 2 hits, probably.
What's wrong? Right.
And then escape the evasion. Oh, I hope that being New Game Plus doesn't mess with it. Because sometimes some calls don't play on New Game Plus. Shit, now I need to... I guess we'll do the Strife call again, or not at all.
Freeze!
Who's there?
Freeze! Freeze!
Come on. Okay, now with low health, escape the evasion. We should get a call. If not, I'll try calling them. There it is. Yeah, it's the health that does it.
Jack, are you okay?
Rosemary.
Jack, tell me you're okay.
I'm alright. It was a close one, though.
Oh, good. I didn't think it would be this tough.
Hey.
It's the helplessness of it, you know? Just watching with no power to help you. It's like having a ringside seat at a boxing match, but much worse because it's someone I love and the stakes are...
Rosemary. Maybe this was a miscalculation on my part.
All right.
Selecting her wasn't the wisest choice.
Right.
No. I apologize for the outburst. I'm all right. I will see this through with you.
What a weirdo. Rose.
We fight together, okay? You have nowhere to run. Neither do I.
Rosemary, you're not obligated to continue. You know that.
I'm all right, sir.
Raiden, how about you?
I'm good.
Then the mission goes on. But Rosemary, there's one thing you need to understand.
Sir?
His name is Raiden. Got it?
Yes, sir. I understand.
How cute.
Another call where she calls him Jack again. Oof. So yeah, you need to... That's how I always trigger this call. Seems to work reliably. You need to have low health and escape the evasion. Once the evasion turns into a caution, you get the call. That's what Raiden says. Oh, that was close. Oh, fuck. Come upstairs.
Who's that? Enemy sight. Requesting backup.
Fuck. We also need to get born. God damn it. Yeah. Oh, that's right. I had no health left. Whatever. We got the call.
No. No! Jack, please answer me! Jack!
Now we'll go get born. Very important. Yeah, that was W22A. This stage.
Freeze!
He stopped because he saw the guy held up. This is the earliest we can get porn, which is important for masturbation purposes. I am not kidding. I'm 100% serious. That's what it's for. There's a call about it. Alright, now we're clear. We can go. Let me see if I can get those two calls out of the way real quick. So,
Raiden.
the weapon call and the strut F. Yep. So we're on track.
Strut F.
Cute.
This area also looks very different, and we were talking about the differences with Sons of Liberty original US release. PS2. This area looks very much different. Walls are like a different color and have different or missing details to them in that version. Nice little hard shot there. You can't really tell, but the auto aim when you go down a couple steps there kind of puts you at the perfect height for a hard shot. It looks like he goes down immediately like a headshot, but it's a hard shot. Oh, that's right, this guy's dead. I was waiting for him. I always do that. Oh shoot, 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes until Twitch picnic.
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right, I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during a hanging maneuver, and once it runs out, you will fall.
Oh shit!
Do we still have time? We have a minute and a half.
Freeze!
Oh shit. I didn't need to shoot that guy, but whatever. Nope. Alright guys, here's what we're gonna do. Since there's less than 2 minutes, there's about a minute. We're not gonna get into this cutscene yet until the Twitch picnic. But of course you have one of the most obvious MGS1 references here and parallels to Bloody Hallway. Alright, so what's gonna happen is most likely that the stream might go down for 2 seconds or so, and it may or may not come back on its own. I'll have to check. Sometimes it doesn't. We are hitting that 48-hour mark on Twitch, which in its infinite wisdom fucking has a 48-hour limit on VODs, so it has to cut off the stream, and it doesn't always come back for everyone. So if your stream isn't back, just make sure to refresh in like 10 seconds or so when it goes down. It might just be back on its own though. We'll see, because clearly it's not a priority to make the fucking Alright. Okay. Oh, that's when it died, when I was saying it's not a priority to make the fucking video player act consistently with connections and disconnection for everyone. That's when it died. Nice. Cool. That's what I was saying. It always dies a couple seconds
You're as good as they said.
ahead of when I guess there's the delay. That's alright. We back. We good. We cool. Amy Bosher, thank you for the 11 months. Thunderjack, thank you for the gift to sub to Irish EA Live. Alright. We're good. Except for those people who, for some reason, like I had to pause and unpause mine. I don't know if it did the same for everyone. Alright, we're good. Now we can get into this.
Bisexual.
Bisexual. What are you?
Five today.
We the Marines.
Number 6.
Bisexual.
My butt!
Get down!
Oh shit! Bisexual. Where is he?
Strange smell.
Did you like it?
You smell like... Are you? It has to be.
Shoot him! What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Are you a Navy SEAL? How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
Have I seen you before?
No!
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded. Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60.
Bisexual.
Weapons 80.
No!
Advanced,
VR, huh?
but realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
You bastard! So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Right. What's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines.
What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere
Good
else.
work. You're as good as they said.
You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah. Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that. What's up?
Take a look.
What the hell?
A Navy captain.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking freak? That was Vamp. He's remaining bisexual, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after US allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy.
Oh yeah, we'll give him the shaver here.
Take this too.
Here, take this.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero, currently at the bridge between struts B and C. The president is... Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone, come in, all Alpha. This is Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
The BC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden? Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Maybe I'll find out someday.
There's a little note in the script that says here that Bliskin doesn't fully trust Raiden yet, so he's kind of lying and buying time there. He says he needs a few more minutes because he lost too much blood. It's really because he wants to stay behind. He doesn't want to go with Raiden, not trusting him fully yet. Standard, thank you so much for the 10 gift of subs. And Colonel Cathcart with the gift of subs to Actual Angel, thank you. So there's a lot of things going on here. Originally, Bliskin was even more confusing as a character. There's artwork out there, Shinkawa artwork, of Bliskin with blonde hair. That would have been another part of his disguise, also contributing to the confusion that Snake has blonde hair and dyes his hair, which is just completely false, but whatever. That didn't help with it. Bliskin was originally going to be a much older looking man, and he would have blonde hair, and they even recorded some lines with Liquid's Japanese voice actor recorded some lines for Bliskin, so he was gonna look, maybe even sound like Liquid at first, to be even more confusing of a character. Then you see the little bug crawling out of from underneath him when he says he got in through fast rope descent from the helicopter. That's a lie, and you immediately see the bug after that as a hint that he actually came in the same way we did when we encountered those bugs at the bottom of Strut A. So that's why you see the bug there. Sometimes people get confused as to why you see the bug. Then you have things like his frequency and...
Think you can shoot?
Yes. Why, yes. You have the sea louse. Frequency being 141.80. The mentor frequency of also the frequency of somebody who is hiding their identity and betrays you in some way in the games. You know, with Master Miller being Liquid and MGS1, Bliskin being this mentor figure just like Master Miller was for Snake, Raiden in 2, and hiding his identity, of course. MGS3, you have the boss that betrays Snake with the same frequency. In MGS4, they kind of tried to do a Raiden a little bit. It didn't really work out too well the same way, but whatever. You have a brief moment in MGS4 where Raiden is trying to teach Snake things like how to follow footprints, whatever the fuck. And also to kind of hide his appearance at first. You don't see Raiden on the codec in 4 until he shows up in the cutscene. So it's also a way hiding his identity to some degree. It doesn't work too well in like most things in 4, but whatever. Let's fuck with him a little bit here. The line frequency, yep.
He's asleep?
You put him to sleep. Oh well, same thing.
How much longer is this guy gonna sleep?
He starts mumbling in his sleep. It's not in the subtitles, but if you listen carefully, he kind of mumbles Meryl's name. And then, of course, Liquid.
Wish I were that relaxed.
Should be a next call. Meryl.
He's still sleeping.
Liquid.
Huh? How much longer is this guy gonna sleep?
Then you have several other things in this cutscene that are interesting. When they're talking about VR training, there's again a little bit of a mistranslation, as is usually the case in MGS2 in English. When Raiden says sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced, it's slightly off because what it's supposed to be talking about there is 60 sneaking missions and 80 weapons missions, and then advanced mode. He's talking about the missions in MGS1 VR, of course. There's 300 of them, and if you look, there's 60 sneaking missions and 80 weapons missions. So it's a little bit off, but there's no sneaking mission 60, but there's 60 sneaking missions. Then you have the thing with Vamp. When Vamp is attacking Pliskin, he stops for a second to sniff him, and he can smell something familiar. That is because he is familiar with Solidus' smell. And when he says, "You smell like," I was gonna say Solidus, probably. You smell like Solidus. And then Snake kind of does the same thing. They're saying, "My name is Pliskin." And of course, the name Pliskin being very heavy reference to Snake Plissken, Escape from New York. There's also, later when he reveals his identity, an explanation of why the Iroquois name. And it's interesting because Raiden says, "Anyway, I get the Pliskin part, but what about Iroquois?" Maybe Raiden has watched Escape from New York, which we have another reference to here, with the guy with half the handcuff, with the other half being on the suitcase. In the movie, it's a suitcase that contains the tape, right? But this is a suitcase. That's the nuclear activation device. Even though it's the president in the movie that has it, here is this Navy officer. But the handcuff is very much a reference to that as well. And the M4 looks close enough. You can see he's a main character because the random characters M4s look much less detailed, lower resolution, low detail polygons. Let's see, should be a call about this guy. Might get some other calls first.
The Navy captain and the president. Unbelievable. Raiden, get to the president.
I agree.
Head for the BC connecting bridge.
No.
Not yet. No.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Okay. Cool. Ooh, not until you look away.
What are you trying to do, kid? Think you can
You're not gonna like that.
The Navy captain.
Not a chance.
It should be a call about it.
Raiden, sealed.
Not a chance.
Four-sided handguard. There's a lot of those.
Colonel, who are Dead Sal?
They are pretty much what that guy
Oh, I
described
think
them as.
it's because I put him to
Forces
sleep.
Unit? The brainchild of the former president?
Chances are someday we'll find ourselves in a gunfight with them.
The thought leaves me uneasy.
You have experience combating Foxhound during VR training, right? You'll be fine. Don't be apprehensive.
Definitely.
Jack, don't run unnecessary risks, okay?
What's that supposed to mean? I don't want to, but...
I know. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Could you check for any data on them for me?
Okay, I'll do it.
Now you have all these calls where you have to wait for Rose to look shit up, and then it turns usually into a save call, and it takes a while, and sometimes they get all lined up, and it's annoying. You're waiting on her to look shit up. I think it didn't register because it was the tranquilizer. If I just shoot him, they should acknowledge that. Oh, he was asleep, so he doesn't care.
Raiden,
That's not it.
Do I have to shoot him again? Come on.
Someone mentioned the name Vamp.
Oh.
Do you have any info
Okay.
on him?
Wait a moment, I'll look.
Maybe it's him shooting back that triggers the call about it.
I wouldn't be. Moron.
Right. What reason could you have to shoot someone while they are sleeping?
I can't believe you. And he was on our side, right?
I strongly disapprove. Hurry up and return to your duties.
I don't know. The Colonel seems to be okay with getting rid of him, not trusting him, but okay.
What are you thinking?
Right. I see you've acquired a gun.
Pliskin gave it to me.
Don't trust that man.
Exactly.
But the gun itself seems all right. However, it's not equipped with a suppressor.
I agree.
If you fire it, the noise will be loud enough to alert any enemy personnel within hearing distance to your presence.
Whatever.
Infiltration is the art of making your presence invisible.
Exactly.
Try not to end up in a situation where you need to rely on firepower.
Yeah.
Combat must be avoided unless absolutely necessary.
What a dimwit. So we can sort of piss him off a little bit here.
Damn, kid.
He just shoots back once at first. Just the stare, okay. But if you do it enough times, he will eventually not just shoot back once, but just shoot on sight. Let's see. Oof. Yeah, when he does those longer strings of fire there, that's when he's shooting on sight now. Yep. Not just once. Oof. Hey, what's up, Platonic? Now he's gonna have a different line.
Right, I'm on your side.
Changing sides? I don't recall saying I was on yours. There's a couple optional calls here and during the sniping part with Emma where he says, I'm on your side. But okay. And now he's pissed. Nah, you can't kill him. It just takes damage forever. We can kind of reset him though. If I put him to sleep, he'll go back to his shooting once or not shooting. Fuck. Oh, nice. You can shoot from there, maybe. They also have an entire set of calls for slapping him. If you open the codec exactly as you slap him. They're all grunts.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it. Probably, yeah.
Raiden agrees.
Huh? No doubt.
Alright. And then he doesn't know what's going on if you're just waking him up. I forget if there's another little set of calls here, depending on what you can do to fuck with him. And that is a lot of brass. Again, with the firing pin strike on the primer there in the back. When you do a sunglasses playthrough, he's actually got the proper eye and ear protection for shooting. Alright, so now we've lined up a couple things for Rose to look up, which is kind of annoying. But as soon as we step out of here, she's gonna have the first save call, so she probably won't talk about anything else until we do that.
Right.
What?
Right. Looks like
Oh.
Rosemary has something for
There's
you.
one.
Jack, I found some information on Vamp. He's been a member of Dead Cell since it was first founded, and like Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin said, he's a master with knives. He's originally from Romania. He's apparently no ordinary knife specialist.
What do you mean?
He can parry bullets.
Yeah, I saw him do it. How the heck?
I don't know. Also, it looks like he secluded himself from other humans on several different occasions. There is no detailed information on him, though. Be careful.
Whatever.
And we'll keep going until we get the call.
Right. Don't dwell on what Pliskin said.
About the strut.
The VR training you underwent is the best training program there is. There is no reason to be apprehensive. Be confident. Do you understand?
The strut B call. Rose's call about the specific strut you're in is always the last one.
Strut B is a generator facility that generates electricity for the big shell. The first floor is its substation.
Oh, cute.
Alright. And we can close this door here. It'll help us later with the bomb. Nobody seems to be suspicious about the bomb right now, even though we found it.
Jack, it's me.
Everything okay, Rose?
Don't you need to save the mission data?
Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder.
Jack,
Not really.
Do you remember what day tomorrow is?
That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
Give it up already. What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure
You're
it
beginning
out.
to get on my
It's
nerves.
important.
How important?
Important enough.
What a weirdo.
And we'll talk about it tomorrow.
What the heck? Why not now? About?
Tomorrow seems more
What's up with this guy?
appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? What the heck are you talking about? I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help
Definitely
you.
not. Rose, there's something I need you to do as an analyst.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I can't bear it. I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere, too. You should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
Whatever.
So there was a call about Dead Cell and then one about Vamp specifically. Wonder if we got the Dead Cell one. I wonder if it just triggers the Vamp call. I don't know, she should have a Dead Cell call as well as more generic info about all of them.
What's up, Jack?
There's a whole thing about Dead Cell being inspired by the real life, what was it called, Red Cell. And just like Dead Cell went rogue from being like an official unit used for counterterrorism simulations, where they would attack random government buildings to simulate, to basically test the security of it. Then they went rogue and they started doing it for real. There was also some sort of real life scandal with Red Cell, I think. But, maybe something to do some more research about.
Rose, no comment.
Oh, this is a kill call.
I've killed someone.
Jack, it's a battlefield.
My opponents are living, breathing human beings. This isn't like the VR training.
Oh, really?
They
Awesome,
have
awesome.
bodies. They
Damn.
have had lives.
Yeah, that's
I took
in line
all
then.
that away from them.
But you've got no choice if you want to survive.
And yet, maybe because of the VR training, I can't help but try and block out that reality. It's the only way I can manage to fight.
Jack.
What?
I don't care what
Get
it takes,
real.
just as long as you come back alive.
Hey, come on.
Do whatever it takes, please. Just come back in one piece.
Get real.
You're beginning to get on my nerves. Alright, guys. I want a big duddening. Yeah, that's some sort of fucked up real life thing there. Red Cell, too. Hunt won't let you be just a dud.
What the hell is that?
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Is she the one they call Fortune?
Queen.
Don't let them take the president!
Ready grenades!
A dud!
Today is another bad day.
You bastard!
Is there anyone here that can give me happiness?
Only 12 really scream elements?
Nerd.
I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
Comfort Zone, thank you for gifting sub to Gary Nato. Oh, was he missing duds? You've been equipped with dud for this mission.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But...
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
You mean the hostages?
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations. Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The president can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to Simulation 2?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire, too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Right. You're needed on Strut C.
At delivery. And I won't let you be just a dream. So when Raiden asks, is this according to simulation 2? And the Colonel doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. What are you talking about? Because it isn't. If the simulation is the recreation of MGS1, then this has nothing to do with it. This was put in MGS2 as a completely additional, separate piece of gameplay mechanic, mostly. So when Raiden asks the Colonel if it's part of the simulation, is it part of what happened in MGS1? No. What are you talking about? The reason that Fat Man and the C4s and everything made it into MGS2 just came as an idea from somebody in the staff. They actually had this notebook that they were passing around during development of this game, where everybody would write down ideas to put in the game, and somebody came up with the idea of looking for bombs and looking for bombs, freezing them, and they just like that, and they put it in the game. But it's not part of recreation of MGS1's events. So when the Colonel is asked if it's part of the simulation, he says, "What are you talking about?" And instead, they made it so that Fat Man was kind of testing Raiden for the Patriots. They had to get Stillman involved to get Fat Man to participate, and he's a test for Raiden. The first thing you hear after you defeat Batman, the ninja appears and says, "You pass with flying colors." And then Ocelot describes it as Fat Man was a different story. It was sort of examiner that we hired to test the boy before putting him through the exercise proper. Because it isn't until you meet Ames, so after Fat Man, that the whole thing with recreating the DARPA chief's death and President Baker's deaths and Fox died and all that stuff doesn't happen until after Fat Man. So Fat Man was an unwilling agent of the Patriots. When you fight him, he says, "I'll go down in history as the man who beat Peter Stillman. That's the only reason I assisted them." When he says them, he's talking about the Patriots. So they used Stillman to lure Fat Man in. Let's see if Fukushima's ideas was crossed out. Let's see if Rose has that call already. If there's a Dead Cell call, it's not specific to Vamp. He also has one for Fortune and a lot of other crap.
Rose, are you okay?
Yes, thank you. It really scared me at first, but I think I've gotten used to it. I'll be behind you all the way, so don't worry.
I guess women really are strong.
Not quite. It's not women that are strong. It's me.
Just as long as I can count on you.
Actually, that's not true. It still scares me to death. But I'll be strong. I'll try. For you. Good luck.
Weirdo. A weirdo.
It's possible the terrorists will attempt.
Colonel, do the terrorists have a Harrier?
Yes, an AV-8B Harrier II designed for the Marines. It is a VSTOL attack aircraft outfitted with a 25mm gun, air-to-air missiles, and anti-ground rockets. It's not something you want to try to take on in a SEAL helicopter.
Yeah, even more so if unprotected. Colonel, where did they get such a weapon?
I don't know.
Are they really just run-of-the-mill terrorists?
Relax, Raiden. Right now, just think about your mission at hand. Do you understand?
So the Harrier very clearly being a stand-in for the Hind. They also talk about how they shot down 2 SEALs helicopters with the Harrier being, there's another parallel with MGS1. MGS1, you have 2 F-16s getting shot down by the Hind. So you have 2 fighter jets being shot down by a helicopter. In MGS2, you have 2 helicopters being shot down by the fighter jet, which is maybe a little more likely. Oh yeah, those two SEALs helicopters you see at the very beginning are a parallel for the two F-16s they use as a diversion in MGS1. You only hear about them, you don't see them, but you see the Hind take off to go shoot them down. And Liquid talking about it. The way Liquid talks about taking care of it also is a parallel with how Solidus talks about it, and even Solid Snake talking about the Hind and MGS1. But that's in that cutscene with Olga and Solidus on the radio, so we'll go over that later. Let me see. We've got a lot of toilet calls to do. Well, it's because Liquid is so great, you know? Ocelot talks about it. Who else could shoot down and you have 16s with a Hind helicopter? Liquid is just that good. Liquid can't die to anything in MGS1 except Fox Die to keep the theme of genes and genetic fate, you know? So, yeah, fuck it. He could do anything. Let's see. Should we masturbate first or pee first? Maybe we'll pee first. So if we're looking at the urinal in first person and call.
Right, what are you looking at? Oh, I see. Rosemary.
What?
Could you excuse him for a moment?
Huh?
You know, so he can...
Ah, I get it.
Don't look at my pee-pee, please.
Jack, let me know when you're done, okay?
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
So if you're standing, that's okay, you're just peeing. But if you're crouching and you're sniffing it, now it's a little weird.
Right, and I didn't know you had such weird interests. Not that there's anything wrong with that, though. Just that...
Don't even say it.
It's a little weird.
What are you talking
Jack,
about?
I think that's a little weird.
Did you see that?
Did you see that? Did you see me sniff pee? Okay. Another interesting thing about the Harrier in this game is that it's a trainer model. It's a training model. That's why it has the two seats. I didn't know until recently. I'm not really big into fighter jets, but it's an interesting detail that usually the Harrier has one pilot seat, but there is a training model where they have, you know, pilot and the co-pilot, so they can train people on it. And that's the one you get in the game with Solidus and Vamp in it. Alright, time to fap. You just go in here with the Born equipped.
Right, what are you doing there? With that?
I don't believe it. What are you thinking? Enduring your duties?
I highly disapprove.
Even though every one of us is scrambling to do our best to support you,
Get real.
this? And what exactly are you going to do? Drool over pictures of voluptuous girls?
Exactly.
At least use a picture of me instead.
Definitely not. What?
I mean,
I completely disapprove.
What are you talking about?
Definitely not. Alright, Rose, and send a picture, I guess. This is fucking crazy to me that she says that. That's in the game. Use a picture of me instead. Definitely not. That was okay because that was the men's room. Now we're going to take a shit in the ladies' room.
An item box can sometimes...
Oh, come on. Don't do that. Sometimes these calls don't trigger.
A Raiden.
Jack, give it a rest. I can't bear watching you do that.
I disapprove. Return to your duties. That's what I feel like saying,
Don't
but
even say
I'm
it.
beginning to feel like putting you in charge was not such a
What
good
are you
idea.
talking about?
I'm just pooping, Colonel. Just wait until I start sniffing it.
Raiden, I'm at a loss for words.
I'm afraid to ask. Do you do that in my room too?
Did you see that?
Yep. Sniff Rose's poop. Also, when she says my room, there's another translation thing. Often you'll hear Raiden and Rose talk about their room and his room or her room. It's a translation thing from Japanese. It means more like apartment or place, but that's how it gets translated literally. So it just gets a little weird. Otherwise, I don't know. Does Rose just live in a bathroom? My room with the toilet? I don't know. I'll leave that for now. So I would just hang around here for a little bit. There's also a call or two, I think, actually, about just being in here, because you're not supposed to be in here.
Once you put a choke,
get real.
Yeah, Blaustein would not have made that mistake, I'm sure. But yeah, it would be extremely interesting to see Blaustein MGS2 localization. Unfortunately, that's never gonna happen now, probably, but
keep in mind, Raiden, that this is a covert mission.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them and only one of them.
wonder why it just takes a while. I just fuck around here for a bit. Take a look at the mirror. Remember how reflections work in this game? It's just another model of Raiden there. It's just completely see-through, and there's another Raiden on the other side of the wall. A simple but effective way to create reflections. Although it's not perfect, like the laser isn't reflected. The bullet holes, if you put some bullet holes in the wall behind you, those are not reflected. But if you put like a porn or a claymore down or something, or C4, those are actually reflected, I think. Can an enemy see your reflection? Well, given how they work, probably not. We would have to fuck around with that a little bit. Who knows? Because the enemies have reflections too, but I don't know. Because you would have to be behind them as they're looking here. The sidestepping looks funny too. They actually have a unique clearing animation in this bathroom. Later when there's guards around here, we'll do that. It's very interesting. Let's see if they realize I'm in the ladies' room yet.
Select a weapon.
Whatever.
Come on.
Colonel, who exactly is that?
Okay.
Her name is Fortune. She leads Dead Cell.
Hang on a moment. I'll look.
No, they do actually. Not only they have a clearing scripted in here to look inside the bathroom stalls in a unique way, but now that you mention it, there's a guy whose normal patrol route takes him through here, actually. I think he starts here and then he goes there, like this way. So maybe? I don't think he looks at the mirror. We'll have to fuck around with that, maybe make some noise. Maybe... Let's get a magazine to do that with. There you go. Oh shit, okay, I didn't break anything. Maybe if I leave and re-enter, because that's probably the trigger for the call. Come on.
You can straight, left, and
chance.
Sometimes these bathroom calls don't really fucking work well. I don't know if it's Blue Point nonsense or New Game Plus fucking with it.
handguns are aimed by push.
Because New Game Plus definitely fucks with some calls. Like when you pick up the AK or the directional microphone, you don't get the calls about it unless you call manually. I don't know.
Right. The tranquilizer.
Real.
Come on. Being in the women's bathroom also changes Stillman's call about where the bomb is. don't know what's that triggering.
It's possible the
Not a chance.
Why do you not want to talk about it?
Strut C is the residential area. It supports life at sea for all of the workers on the big shell. That being said, almost all systems are completely automated, so there aren't many workers to be found.
We actually got the Strut C call, which is usually the last call you get for each strut, but damn it, something's missing with the trigger for these calls.
I can't believe
There we
it,
go.
Jack. Do you know what that place is?
I just thought maybe the bomb disposal instructor might be in there.
Why would he be in there?
Well, you never know. He's AWOL and...
Even AWOL, a normal guy wouldn't go into a woman's bathroom. You're the only one I know who would.
Not a chance.
You're like really strange.
How do you know that?
Rosemary.
But
It's all right.
Get
Right.
real.
Rosemary is right. You should
Hey,
probably
come
look
on.
someplace else.
AWOL,
sympathize
absent
with you there.
without leave.
what, sir?
Nothing. Raiden, that's that. Return to your duties.
You guys are unbelievable.
That's so cute, I can't bear it.
Basically, if somebody is fucking gone without alerting about it or making people aware of it in some way.
Raiden, that's long enough. Hurry up and get back to your duties if you've seen enough.
Jack, in retrospect, I'm really glad that I took this assignment.
Huh?
It's given me a chance to see you for who you really are. Goodbye.
Definitely not.
Alright, we got rid of Rose. Mission complete. And how? Well, it could be a number of things that make people go AWOL in mission, yeah? Not necessarily desertion. I mean, yes, that could be one. It could be getting captured, getting killed. Yeah, it could be a number of things. Also running away. Yeah, sure, why not? If you call Rose after that call, she will refuse to save. But she actually does it again later in the game, in the hostage room. So I'm just gonna do it there because it's funnier. But yeah, those are the two calls about being in there. Yeah, we should be all caught up now, unless maybe she was looking up.
It's possible that... What?
I want to call the save frequency though, because she's pissed right now.
Handguns and...
Definitely
Alright, fuck it.
not. Freeze!
Don't shoot.
You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL
I'll go
Team
see
10?
for myself.
They're all dead.
All of them? That's bad.
Did I tell you you
Yeah,
could
we'll go
move?
over the sunglasses a bit more after this.
Don't go pointing that thing everywhere, kid. What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
I'm lecturer at Nav Scolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
A poor old man who got dragged along for this picnic.
I thought you'd retired.
I did.
Bisexual.
Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see. A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All I lost was this leg.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, The Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I created him in a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
I wouldn't say that. There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
Any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
Yeah, your average normie McDonald's plastic toy enjoyer fan would enjoy a Gray Fox game.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Or
was he killed?
The Boss prequel, World War II.
I see.
They told
Gray
me
Fox
he was a
game.
security systems architect.
So
with a big
cool.
shell.
Why would they take a civilian along?
Everything in this structure is
Yeah,
completely
sure, it would
controlled.
eat that shit
He
up.
was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
But it would be
I never heard anything about
such
that.
a big fuck
He had
you.
official orders with him.
We'll
to the
leave that
series,
for later.
but whatever.
Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again?
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions.
It's a little
You
more
will, of
complicated
course,
than
keep
that,
your
Norman, but
identity
yeah.
and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer came in with Stillman?
I wasn't informed of that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own. There are more important issues at hand, Raiden. The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid?
I didn't sound comfortable with this because we didn't do it in MGS1. Or VR missions, yeah, exactly.
There's no need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this.
Hello, Cuervo.
This is a C4 bomb.
I see some glasses there.
It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and there we go. Simple, huh? The spray freezes the detonator instantly.
How long does the effect last?
There's no way the thing can detonate in this condition. Even if you leave it alone, it'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
That's enough time.
If we had the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have to do. The spray can be used from several yards away. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
That won't be easy. We don't know a thing about Fat Man.
Is there anything that'll help us locate the bombs?
Yeah, and
Here,
Stillman being pretty much an
It's what they
older
call
Ed
an ion
from
mobility
Police Nuts.
spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
The what?
In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
That's right. I've established a link up with your radar network, so any scent detected will be represented visually. Have the sensor activated and keep your eye on the radar.
What if he's using some other odorless substance?
I know Fat Man well. I know how into his own aesthetics he is.
Signatures?
Yes, on every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. The sensor also picks up that particular scent spectrum.
Fat Man.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. and common sense wasn't one of his strong points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own, and I thought I found a son in him. He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that. Even at Indian Head, he got special treatment. I remember some people called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. All I taught him was skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right. I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 scent detected by the sensor.
It's a pretty big area, isn't it?
Don't complain. It's better than nothing.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use this system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
We have to keep out of the enemy's sight, too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted?
Exactly. Fat Man would have allotted some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
I know the structure of this facility, and if he wants to take out the plant, where he would target.
You know this for sure?
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big Shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south. There should be packets of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
6 on Shell 1, another 6 on Shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
Considering the shell's architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
Kid, this place is all yours. I'll take care of Shell 2.
Take this.
What's this?
Security card, issued to Shell personnel. The Big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The clearance level is identified by the number printed on these doors. Writing, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You'll need it to get next door to Shell 2.
How did you get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed to program a set of all access cards once we were on site. Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of this structure.
We'll have to deal with the remaining security lockouts as they come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
No, I'm going.
The 2 of us can handle it, don't worry.
But...
You'll just slow us down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio, like in the original mission plan.
All right. I'll give you instructions from here. I may also need to prepare a backup plan just in case.
In case of what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk. Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field. And who dares wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
Is he one of the terrorists then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you. Just take care of those bombs for now.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
I'll hide out in this pantry for a while. If I lock the door, it should be all right. Plenty of food in here too, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll give you instructions by codec from here. Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
Why don't you do it?
We got a bunch of shit to cover now after this. The first thing we want to do, if we immediately run out to the right here, which is where Bliskin left to. Yep, we'll see a passed out soldier and somebody in the box. Or 2, or 3, or infinite layers of boxes, actually. I really should fuck with the developer save one of these times and get in here with the M4 or the AK and just unload on him. And you'll see that he just has infinite layers of boxes. And then this guy just wakes up as you head back. Now, there are calls where Raiden is confused and asking about the man in the cardboard box. But, even Bliskin. But before we get to those calls, there's all the story calls about Dead Cell, Vamp, Fortune, Fat Man, Stillman, all that stuff. So we'll do those first. First, we'll torture this guy, though. This is just fun. Wait until he realizes that he can't call for backup. He is struggling to leave.
Who is that?
Back in you go. And Snake MGS2, thank you for gifting this up, Dion Fathom. Come on, you can do it. Just kidding. You have a lot of stamina on European Extreme, so you can keep flipping him a few times before he passes out from it. There we go. And then a couple things are going to happen when I drop down here. For some reason the game thinks it's the same as the game over fall. It triggers Raiden's scream from the game over, but we don't really die, we just drop down there. There we go. Actually, that's another one of the differences between Substance and Sons of Liberty. In Substance, this only happens the first time. HD is based on Substance, so... Oops. Sorry. If you do this in the original Sons of Liberty, it does it every time. You fall down, right, and screams. Look at him. Ah, fuck, I missed. I'll never figure out the exact direction of the kicks. Ugh, come on, get in there. Yeah, no, see, you just threw him to the right here. Fuck it. I guess that's another way to torture him.
Freeze!
Alright. Let him go, maybe. Just kidding. Get back here. Whoops. Anyway, Bliskin is wearing a bunch of boxes, infinite layers of boxes, and they're all the different design of the 5, 6 if you count the wet box. It's 5 different boxes in this game. They all have purpose. We'll go over those once we get them. But yeah, now we're gonna sit there and do a bunch of calls. Oh yeah, I said I was gonna go over the sunglasses for a minute. So this is Snake and Bliskin and Raiden. You know, 3 entirely different characters. Get sunglasses on New Game Plus 2. So 3 playthroughs in. And every odd playthrough on that same save. So the 5th, 7th playthrough, it alternates. Yeah, it alternates actually like to Tuxedo on MGS1. And it's just a little silly Easter egg thing. But there was originally going to be more to the sunglasses. If you look at the document of MGS2, or if you Google around a little bit for some early Shinkaba artwork of Dead Cell, they were all supposed to wear sunglasses as part of their, you know, very much Matrix inspired early 2000s design. Trench coats, sunglasses. There's artwork of the Dead Cell members with sunglasses. I kind of wish they kept that. Like, maybe they thought it was too silly to do it in the end. But, I mean, if they can do it for Snake and Raiden, then they could have kept that New Game Plus Easter egg for Dead Cell too. That would have been nice to see. Fortune Vamp, Fat Man. Man, I want to see Fat Man's sunglasses. But yeah, there's just artwork of it out there. It's just being an early 2000s thing, of course. That's really all it is. And unfortunately, I don't have the wigs on the save, but you can kind of match Raiden's hair color with the wigs, the sunglasses. He's got like an orange wig that goes with it. Ocelot and 4. I think that's the theory that Miller is the sunglasses. Look it up, it's a real thing. It makes too much sense too. Alright, now we'll sit here and do all the Dead Cell calls and do the box calls at the end of that. It's gonna take a minute.
Raiden, don't get yourself worked up.
Real.
Tell me a little more about Dead Cell.
Dead Cell was a shadow unit within the SEALs organization.
Right. I see. They handled surprise raids on vital government facilities, didn't they?
Yes. They were originally put together to check the nation's military security system. The unit was the brainchild of ex-President George Sears. Dead Cell was a secret unit positioned at the opposite end of anti-terrorist outfits such as Delta Force and SEALs.
Were they always a
group of madmen?
Yeah.
No. They got weird when Colonel Jackson, Fortune's husband, was sent to jail.
Sent to jail? For what?
Corruption. He misappropriated government funds.
Sounds like he deserved it.
That's what everybody else thought, except for the members of Dead Cell. They felt the colonel was falsely accused. Fact is, they took the case to the powers that be, but they never managed to reopen the case.
Was there any truth to their claim?
Who knows? Whatever the situation is, Dead Cell's name was tainted.
And Colonel Jackson?
He was being held at Leavenworth.
Was, meaning he's been released?
Well, in a manner of speaking, the Colonel's dead.
Oh.
Apparently, he lost the will to live and died in prison. The members of Dead Cell snapped with the loss of their leader. They underwent a radical change and became uncontrollable.
And that's why they undertook this terrorist operation.
Seems as good a reason as any.
Kojima misappropriated Konami funds. Sounds like he deserved it. Got fired.
Vamp is a member of Dead
Oh,
Cell.
here we go.
Born in Romania, his specialty is knives. But I guess you know that by now.
Chance.
When he was just a kid, he lost his family to a terrorist bomb that went off in a church they were attending. His body pierced by a crucifix, Vamp was buried under the rubble for 2 days before he was finally rescued. During those 2 days, he survived by feeding on the blood of his family to quench his thirst. That was how he acquired a taste for blood.
So that's why they call him Vamp.
No, Vamp isn't for vampire, it's because he's bisexual. Rumor has it, Vamp was the lover of Scott Dolph, the Marine Commandant who accidentally died 2 years ago. Bisexual. Scott Dolph was also the father of Fortune, the Dead Cell leader.
Fortune's old man? But Fortune and Vamp?
You noticed, eh? Not bad for a rookie.
Right.
As you say, bisexual, Vamp and Fortune are very close. Not lovers, but very close.
Friends?
No, there's more to their relationship than that.
But Vamp was her father's lover.
Would it have been better if it was with her mother?
Nah, it's not a mistranslation.
I don't really think they care what you think. Focus on the mission.
So...
By the way, have you ever met the guy before?
Yeah, we'll go over that.
But he seemed to know you.
Right. Well, No, it can't be.
What?
Nothing. I told you the Dead Cell is a group of madmen. I wouldn't take anything they say very seriously.
Just like you can find early artwork of Dead Cell in their sunglasses, you can also find early artwork of Vamp as a female character. Before Fortune was introduced, there's a couple sketches of Vamp as a female character. So, using if you look it up, the term Vamp in media literature is usually a female character using seduction, to achieve their ends. And before Fortune was introduced, Vamp was going to be like that as a female character. Then Fortune was introduced, they decided to change Vamp to male, and I guess to still sort of fit it into the story as a sort of femme fatale character, but now he's male, so I guess he's gotta be bisexual. Well, of course, and working nicely with it, the whole vampire thing as well. So he probably seduced. Remember the Marine Commandant on the tanker, the guy that gives the speech in front of all the Marines, and Ray. That guy is Fortune's dad and Vamp's lover. So who knows? He seduced him, and then he seduced his daughter. I don't know. Maybe as a way to
We the Marines.
Yeah, him. Maybe to gain control of Dead Cell in a way, like, because Fortune's husband was the Dead Cell leader, and then he died, and then Fortune was, I think technically she's the leader now, but Vamp seduced her, so that also makes sense if he wants like a better, I don't know, position in it, I guess. Not that it's a big deal because there are only 3 left of them, but they're very close. And then there's always the irony to me of people calling Raiden gay when he's very obviously disturbed by Vamp's sexuality. It's just like, I don't think they care what you think. Yep. So that's, I mean, obviously they also went for the whole vampire thing, but that's the closest thing to an explanation we have of Vamp originally being a female character and having all these roles. Yep. Anyway, we should still have the Fortune and Fat Man call. The fortune call, I think, mentions she's the leader of Dead Cell.
Looks like the enemy sent.
I don't feel like it. What do you know about that strange woman?
You mean Fortune? She's the Dead Cell leader. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson, known to her friends as Lady Luck.
Lady Luck?
Yeah, she got the name because bullets seem to veer away from her in battle. People have heard her say that her
Soldiers isn't a member of Dead Cell.
the lousy luck she's had in life.
Lousy luck?
The death of her father, the Marine commander, the conviction of husband and Dead Cell leader Colonel Jackson. These events were followed by her mother's suicide, the loss of a husband, and the idea of a convict in the family apparently took her over the edge. Fortune was 3 months pregnant at the time, and the shock of her mother's death led to the loss of her child. Add to this her husband's death in prison a few months later, and to sum it up, in the 6 months after her father's death, she lost her family and everything that mattered in her life.
Jeez, she's had it rough.
Yeah, the thing is, she didn't grieve long. Instead, she joined the military.
Now why is that?
Do I look psychic? My best guess is revenge. I heard that she firmly believed that her husband was framed. Anyway, by the time she came out of basic training, she'd proven many times over that she was gifted with an unusual streak of luck. In fact, some say she sold her soul for it.
Her soul?
Her uncanny luck earned her a reputation that led to her appointment as the head of her husband's unit, Dead Cell.
Yeah, like Soldiers came up with the idea as the president for the unit Dead Cell, but he's not a member. In fact, they kind of go their separate ways by the end. When he wants to give him Arsenal, he wants to use them. He wants to ignore them and use them as bait with Arsenal. Yeah, if it wasn't for Ocelot meddling at the end there, he was going to give him Arsenal and let them be targeted by the Patriots while he was going to go through the list of names. So, no, Soldiers doesn't really give a shit about Dead Cell at all.
Fat Man. Supposedly, he's nicknamed after an atomic bomb, but to me, he's just a fat man.
That's exactly
something
it.
straight out of a sideshow. If he even
That's
has
exactly
a bit of
it.
spare time, he spends it disassembling and assembling his Glock over and over again. He can't stand to have his hands still. He's extremely vain about his hands, keeps his fingers as slender and soft as a woman's. They say he's always looking at his hands, giving himself manicures.
But all the members of Dead Cell also have beef with the Patriots in some way. You know, Fat Man is used by the Patriots to test Raiden with Stillman as bait. He says that he only helped him because he wanted to beat Stillman. Vamp mentions, you know, our only goal is to wipe them from the face of the earth and destroy this world of deceit they created with them. Because of what happened to their unit 6 months ago with Fortune's husband dying and having his name painted. And then Fortune, of course, she has a lot of beef with her husband and her entire fucking life dying and being ruined. So I guess you can imagine they would join Solidus in taking over the Big Shell for that reason, but after that, they don't really give a fuck about each other by the end of it.
Bliskin, I saw someone wearing a cardboard box
there we
just
go.
now.
A box? I don't know anything about that. You sure you weren't imagining things?
Of course I'm sure. Do you think it's one of the members of Dead Cell?
How should I know?
I don't want to fight someone like that.
Why not?
Because it looks so dumb. Anyone who's willing to be seen like that must be completely insane. I mean, he's a psycho. There's no question about it.
Oh. Yeah.
Well, oh, that's a good question. Can you call him while he's still here? Probably not. I don't remember trying that. I'm not sure though. It's just kind of silly because you do have a call about when he's in the box, but there's all those dead cell calls first. So it just kind of happens way later. I guess you can maybe do those calls before leaving. the area. Maybe, I don't know. We should also be able to call the Colonel and ask Rose about it.
Right. Stillman is a top-notch explosives technician.
He wants to look up
Follow his
information
orders
on
and
Stillman.
disarm the explosives.
Okay, but exactly who is Peter Stillman?
Gotcha. I'll look him up. Hold on a moment.
Yeah, there's just tons of story shit before you get the call about it.
Doubly sure you get real.
Sometimes the Rose calls turn into save calls, sometimes they're Colonel calls.
Right. Stillman is an authority.
Definitely not.
And then we have all Stillman calls as well.
It's possible the
Get real. Fuck it. What?
It appears that Fat Man placed bombs within each of the struts. It's likely there are no bombs planted on the connecting bridges.
That's exactly
Head for the struts for which you have not yet finished it.
And that's all he talks about. If you're in a connecting bridge, he just tells you there's no bombs there.
Why don't you do it?
Why don't you go see for yourself?
I feel about that.
Poor Stillman, he does try to do it.
Colonel, I just saw this guy go running by wearing a cardboard box.
A cardboard box?
Who do you think he was? A dead cell?
The dead cells are a bunch of weirdos, that's for sure. But they don't wear cardboard boxes.
I'll look into it.
I'm counting on you.
Pretty silly that they wouldn't know who the guy using boxes is, but I guess they're told Snake is dead, so who could it be? Okay, now we got like 2 things lined up for Rose to look up, which is kind of annoying. Let's see if we can maybe get one as a saved call.
Jack, is that you?
I don't feel like it.
Yeah, I gotta change the date on my PS3. Right now it's 2031.
Jack, here's the data I found on Fortune. She goes by Fortune. She leads Dead Cell. Her real name is Helena Dolph Jackson. 2 years ago, her father, Commandant of the Marine Corps Scott Dolph, was killed in a training accident. Her husband was the former Dead Cell leader, Colonel Jackson. Died in captivity, my data says. After her husband's death, she joined the military. She didn't have any combat experience, but was soon singled out for a particular trait and was reassigned to Dead Cell.
What trait?
Luck. She was real lucky, like miraculously lucky. Wherever she went, bullets curved away, and missions always ended in success.
Is that some kind of joke?
I thought so too, but there is not a single record of her ever being wounded, not even a scratch. Jack, be careful, please.
Didn't you just see that happen too, Raiden? He says he saw Vamp do his thing, but not Fortune. Usually you get very similar information between Rose and Pliskin. Usually Pliskin's information is better. But they're kind of same stuff where you ask both about Dead Cell, you ask both about Ninja, the guy in the box, the suitcase, all that stuff that Rose talks about. Usually Pliskin has a call about it too. And it's usually better information.
What can I do for you, Jack?
But that just goes to show how they maybe didn't anticipate him being there. So you have your... actually, I never realized this, but pretty much what the game's main struggle is between Snake's information and the Patriot's information. So you get like the filtered version of it from Rose, and the more accurate version of it from Snake. Just like the whole message of the game, to pass on and
Jack,
believe for yourself.
When you get home, let's have a homecoming
Or let the
party,
Patriots
just
do
the
it.
2 of
Oh
us.
shit.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll make dinner. Oh, what's wrong?
Well, that sounds good, but how about we eat out at that one restaurant instead? You know, the place that we went to recently with the amazing lobster. I really like that place.
Well, yeah, I guess that's okay too. Huh?
Nothing. I just love lobster. Yeah, can't wait. Woohoo!
Well, then I'll make a reservation.
Get real.
Promise me you'll come back safely.
Don't worry. No.
Dodged a bullet there. The only thing that stayed consistent in MGS2 and 4 is that Rose can't cook for shit. Unfortunately, when European stream, there's no rations, but the ration call would also mention it. Raiden. And Snake says they're not that great, but Raiden says, I still prefer it over Rose's cooking. That bad, huh? Might as well destroy this camera now, too. I'm not sure Rose's calls are time-based or loading screen areas based, but she still has box call. And maybe does she do Stillman already?
Jack, do you need to save?
Not sure how I feel about that.
Yeah, the data on my PS3 is all fucked from changing it for to let the end die of old age in MGS3 and Snake's beard in this game growing back when time passes is pretty much the same mechanic as the end dying of old age.
I looked into Mr. Peter
Oh, there it
Stillman's
is.
file. Full name is Peter Stillman, known as Pegleg Peter. He is a legendary bomb disposal technician. He is also a longtime instructor at the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal and a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad. But 5 years ago, he lost his leg in an accident. And since then, he hung up his gloves to focus on being a lecturer. He was called back into service because, as he said, he is the only explosive specialist who can stop Fat Man. Although no longer an active consultant, he is still without a doubt the #1 guy when it comes to disarming explosives. He should be very helpful to you.
I love you.
But the box.
What's up, Jack?
What's that supposed to mean?
MGS4 also has a call about Rose not being able to cook a decent meal when she's with Campbell. I don't know.
Jack, I looked into that guy a few minutes ago wearing a cardboard box, but
Did you find anything?
no, there is no corresponding data in the files for neither Dead Cell nor Colonel Gerlukovich's private army.
How about as a surviving member of SEAL Team 10?
Of course, I looked into that possibility too, but
You didn't find anything.
no, I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help.
Wonder who the heck he was.
Raiden, be on the lookout.
Seriously, come on. All these people should be familiar with it, but it's just how it is sometimes. It's just rolling the player. And there's something that you should very obviously notice, like Bliskin's appearance or voice, and Raiden just doesn't know. Or when you're told that Snake is the leader of the terrorists, oh, that one plays out a little bit different. In Japanese, it's a little bit more believable because Solidus actually sounds like Solid Snake in Japanese. But in English, you just know it's bullshit. You know, the Colonel is bullshitting you the whole time. You play the tanker and they tell you that he died and he sank it. Now, come on. Oh shit. Oof. Almost turned there. Should we do the clearing here? Okay, hold on. If we're patient for a minute, try a little something. Because this guy definitely comes back in here. He's done patrolling the other side. Oh man, might take a while. Oh, we're not getting the corner view. Okay, that works. This might be a bad idea, but let's see. I think he goes across here too. I'm not sure where he's gonna go next. Hopefully that works. Okay. Alright, he is going in there. Oh shit. Oh, yeah, he goes all the way in there. Why would I... he seems to be doing stuff in there, too. For a while. Yeah. Fuck.
It's the enemy. I need help.
There's probably no good way to have him look at the mirror without... Oh, fuck. Without him seeing you normally, too, anyway, yeah. I don't know, maybe.
Unable to locate the AWOL soldier. Nothing else to report.
Freeze!
Let's see, we might as well do the clearing in here.
Encounter the enemy.
So, the clearing in the bathroom is unique. So when they check the bathroom stalls, they don't actually open the door. They knock on it, and then they have this clamming animation to look inside. You'd think they would just check them like they do lockers, but they don't. Except under some circumstances. Maybe it's another one of those things in Sons of Liberty, like the original Sons of Liberty. That was different. Because I've seen them do both for sure, but they just check it like that. And then the funny thing is, if you just crouch when they're checking inside here, hello, they don't see you.
Clear. Clear.
Oh, now he noticed the body. Yeah, if I didn't crouch there, he would have seen me. Guess we'll put him in here. Here, to take a shit or something. But yeah, it's one of the unique clearings. There's probably a lot more. I should fuck around with it more because there's some really interesting ones. There's the silly one in Shell 1 core, where the locker kind of does a weird thing if you hide in the locker. And there's some clearings where they throw in stun grenades first before going inside the room. And each area, it's actually a lot of work that went into it, probably, because each area has a scripted clearing for it that's unique to that environment. They're probably made by hand in each environment, yeah? There's probably a lot of interesting situations and animations. Also, one thing that changes with the clearings is, depending on the area you're in, that's one of the reasons there's different boxes. Other than using them to go to whatever strut the box is assigned to on the conveyor belt, you can also, if you're using the right box for the strut you're in, during clearings they don't check them. But if you're using the wrong one, they will shoot it. So like, if you use the right box, they will leave you alone, which is a nice detail. Man, I need more ammo. If we're gonna fuck with the cipher, and these posters change too. I always thought there was ammo under these tables, but there just isn't. Nope. There's a box of apples here too. Usually these boxes are potatoes, but this one's apples. Oh, you can't destroy them with the tranquilizer. Damn it. Yeah, I fucked around with the ammo too much. Oh, what the hell? Where did that come from? Did it just keep fall? What? It just kept falling after the fact. That was weird. You have a little core model and the apples. Damn it, I'm looking at the apples. Damn it. Hit his face perfectly. Fuck. And we'll just probably use reset. Fuck, I need that bullet back anyway.
Raiden, are you all right? Answer me. Raiden!
And we'll call Stillman in here. And he's fucking around. Oh wait, we need to fucking bother Stillman too, I forgot. Hold on. Let's get rid of these guys. I haven't fucked with Stillman yet. Coolant is the ultimate weapon. Alright. Now we can go fuck with him.
If you need to talk to me, use the codec. I'm all
Yeah,
right.
that's what I wanted to look at. The core, the apple, the seeds,
No need to worry.
the different color in it. Yep.
I'm all right.
You can really piss him off if you just keep knocking.
I'm all right. If you need to talk to me, use the codec.
And then we can try opening the door. I think that has
If
different
you need
lines.
to talk to me, use the codec. No need to worry.
Oh, I get pissed.
You need to go and take care of the C4s now. Stop bothering me.
There you go.
Lay off the knocking already.
I think it's knocking too. Yes, that's close enough.
Lay off the knocking already. You need to go and take care of the C4s now. Lay off the knocking already.
That's probably it. He actually knows where the C4 is in this floor. He's just funking around. Like, this is serious, Stillman. There's people's lives are at stake, but no, he's playing with it.
The sensor A that I gave you is set so that the position of bombs will appear on the radar. Didn't I say that if you don't first initialize the radar, you won't get anywhere?
Real.
Right. There's still C4 in the strut where you are.
Where? All right, let me give you a hint. Look for a place that guys have never entered up to this point. A special place that guys have wanted to enter but simply couldn't. A place that you couldn't enter if the situation wasn't as such. Oh, looks like you were in there already. My.
A special place that guys have wanted to enter, but simply couldn't. And then the game actually checks if you've been there or not. And then if you haven't, the call just ends there. But if you did go in there, then it adds that line. Oh, Lex, you were in there already. My. Why is he fucking around? Just fucking tell me if you know where the bomb is. Tell me, but no. That special place you guys have wanted to enter but simply couldn't. They made such a big deal out of it, man. Actually, we're leaving that bomb for last. It's better that way. Oh yeah, Stillman should have a fat man call.
Put simply, bomb disposal is a one-on-one with fear itself. Don't try to run away from it. Instead, acknowledge the fear and take it straight on.
I don't know.
There are still bombs.
What's that supposed to mean?
There are still bombs.
I guess it's one of those times you gotta close and reopen to load the next unique call. Otherwise, it just tells you what to do.
Stillman, are you all right over there?
Yeah, no problem.
You must be bored.
Hardly. Between dealing with you guys and calibrating this, I've got my hands full.
What did you say?
Nothing. Look, it's just that it would be best if we didn't have to use this. Anyway, get to those bombs.
Listen when someone is talking to you.
Nice, so he's already working on Sensor B there. And no, there's no calls about specifically bothering him there, but...
There are still bombs.
Definitely not.
Equipping yourself with sensor
Whatever.
will bring up a visual representation of the odor of C4's
Oh, the piss.
radar. It will appear as a mist-like image.
It's actually piss.
C4 is sure to be planted anywhere where there is a response. Search carefully.
Whatever.
There are still bombs in that area that haven't been disposed.
Come on. There's so many.
There are still...
Whatever.
So many calls to go through
There
here.
are still bombs.
Get real.
Sensor A can't specify the exact location of bombs. It's unfortunate, but only the area can be localized. Once you've got the area, you'll have to continue your search using your own two eyes.
Definitely not.
There are still bombs.
I don't feel like it.
Discretion is a key when taking on a bomb. A degree of caution that taxes your sense of meticulousness. Don't confuse this with cowardice, as it is the extreme opposite. Carefully conduct yourself with the courage that ensures you get the job done.
Are you sure, Stillman? That's rich coming from you.
There are still...
That's wrong.
Not a coward, by the way. Okay.
Listen up, Raiden. No matter what, don't be impatient. Impatience is questionably the one state of mind absolutely guaranteed to seal your fate when defusing a bomb. No matter how the situation presents itself, you must never lose your composure. Understood?
I don't feel like it.
The sensor...
Do as I say, don't do as I do.
Bomb disposal is also a race against time.
Chapter 2,
Slight
race.
hesitation can lead to a loss of time and inevitably lives. Don't do anything rash. Focus yourself on being fast and efficient.
Man, he doesn't have a Fat Man call for a while.
When dealing with the bomb directly, the only one you can depend on is yourself. Don't count on anyone else. Foolishly doing so will bring death upon you. Believe in yourself, and you'll be all right.
Get real.
Thanks for the pep talk.
The sensor...
Huh?
The sensor has a high dependability factor.
I see.
Consider it error-proof.
That's exactly
Even if
it.
a glance reveals nothing, you can be sure there is C4 in the vicinity if the sensor responds.
That's
Try
right.
thinking from Fat Man's perspective, and you're sure to find something. Look carefully.
Actually, that's a lie. Because the piss lady shows up on the sensor. It's not a bomb sensor, it's a piss sensor. Also piss and shit. But the shit shows up red. Piss shows up yellow, which means there's piss in all of Fat Man's bombs. You'll see what I mean later.
Put simply, bomb disposal is a one-off.
I don't feel like it.
I don't even think it's Fat Man's piss. I think it's the old lady's piss.
There are still
I don't feel like
it. Does he not have the Fat Man call yet? That's weird.
There are still... Discretion is a key.
He's repeating shit, so maybe it's not time for that Fat Man call yet. Old lady is in cahoots with Fat Man, pissing on his bombs for him. That's the only explanation I can think of. Probably some Patriot agent, I don't know. The old lady in the hostage room. that pisses herself.
Raiden reporting. The C4 in strut B has been disposed of. The wall containing the transformer panel was set to blow.
That's not like him.
Anything wrong?
Maybe. Pliskin's reported other locations too, and none of them are effective demolition points.
What do you mean?
It means that they wouldn't be the best places to choose if you wanted to destroy this place.
Are you saying they don't plan on blowing the shell up?
It certainly seems that way. So far, we haven't seen anything but a waste of good explosives. Unless, of course, we're missing something.
A trap?
He couldn't have overlooked the fact that I would be called into this. There's something going on.
What's that supposed to mean?
I wonder if that unlocks the Fat Man call. So yeah, if you make that old lady piss herself and then look at the sensor, the piss will show up as a mist on the radar, just like the bombs. And then, oh yeah, that's another thing that's missing from the original Sons of Liberty. You can also see Johnny's shit cloud in the same area, but that one's red. It's not yellow, it's red. It's like a nuclear shit bomb. And it wasn't there in the original release. Got all these extra bombs in here because difficulty level is extra bombs start showing up on hard. That's where the nuke is. That's where they hid the nuke. It's not in Arsenal gear. It's in the toilet.
Right. There's a possibility that C4 was planted indoors as well as on the roof. Go inside and confirm this.
Oh, they thought it was an Arsenal gear calling, but it was actually Johnny's calling. Oh, okay. Because Arsenal Gear's areas are also named after digestive tract, so that's perfect. It's starting to make a little bit too much sense. Damn. How deep does it go? Kojima does it again.
This is Raiden. The C4 found in strut A has been frozen and disposed of. Explosives were planted in the pump room on the first floor.
You're taking too much time. You should work a little faster.
There's no time, Raiden. I've got my hands full here, so it doesn't look like I can help you. It's in your hands.
Whatever. It looks like there are no more bombs.
What an asshole. He always says that.
Head for the other struts.
That's just the optional call for this bomb. It seems like there are other calls programmed in the game where he comments on your performance and how quick you are. But it seems to be physically impossible to get to this bomb in time from the first one, or the second one, whatever the fuck, where it starts counting, for him to trigger that call. So, I don't know, maybe they just misjudged it, or it's not really implemented properly in some way. Something to ask Platonic again. He's the guy who knows everything about this shit. I think he's the one who messed with it. Found the calls, tried the routes, and it's just not doable. I remember reading a tweet about it. So I don't care if he calls me slow, fuck it. Yeah, that's what they do when they notice something, they go faster.
This is Raiden. I just finished disposing of the C4 in strut F. Found explosives on B1.
This is all wrong. This is something only an amateur would do.
What do you mean?
All the bombs that have been found so far don't appear to be in the right kind of locations. And the quantity of explosives isn't sufficient either.
Even Fat Man can make mistakes, right?
No, there's something else going on here. Get a move on with the disposal, right? I've got a bad feeling about this.
You think it's a trap?
I don't know, but I'm gonna tell Pliskin to watch his back too. Just hurry.
Who the heck do you think you are?
Hey, cheers, Bone Dragon. Glad you enjoyed this stream. We already did the strut F call. We did all the strut calls until now, I think, so we should be okay with that. Let's see if we can get a Fat Man call with Pliskin, fucking Stillman.
The sensor you received
Get real.
It's possible that...
What's that supposed to mean?
Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut.
That's wrong.
Now, head for the other struts.
Yeah. Stillman, tell me something about Fat Man.
Well, to start, he was born the son of a clockmaker, neglected by his parents and without friends. It seems that he spent a lot of time by himself in his father's workshop. Maybe that was the reason, I'm not sure, but apparently he has had a tremendous fascination with clock mechanics since he was a child. It was at the age of 10 that a guidebook that he found on the internet changed his life forever. That guidebook served as a basis of his eventually piecing together an atomic bomb. It was from there that he came to be known as Fat Man. And soon enough, there was no one associated with bombs that didn't know his name. In a sense, Fat Man was a hero. Although what he did was recognized only by those in the trade, I'm sure that it served to greatly stir the ego of the teenage boy at the center of it all. But he leaves his mark nowhere else. Apparently he was hated and shunned by everyone in school. So he went on to focus all his energy on explosives. He scorned the reality that surrounded him and instead chose to embrace a world that would easily grant him recognition. Well, to be sure, it never amounted to anything more than, say, occasionally bringing a gun into school. Eventually, Fat Man came to Indian Head, the exercise training facilities of the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal, at which I was a lecturer. He absorbed all kinds of knowledge, as if he hungered for bombs. Close to 20% of the students at Indian Head flunked out of what is truly a hellish curriculum. Despite this environment, he achieved extraordinarily high marks that were without precedent. After leaving Indian Head, he joined up with Nest, said to be the most accomplished bomb disposal unit.
Yeah.
It was there that he apparently got into some trouble.
No sense. What exactly?
You got me. But Fat Man was definitely not cut out for group operations from the very start.
What the heck
Having been ousted
about?
from Nest, he was picked up by Dead Cell, which was already becoming
You're
notorious
not
for
making
being
any
a motley
sense.
crew of sorts. It seems that it was through surprise attack maneuvers later conducted by Dead Cell that Fat Man completely subdued his former companions from Nest. While being the most peculiar individual among my students, he was also the most talented. Be sure not to underestimate him. Are we clear?
The way he says that. Oh, occasionally bringing a gun into school. Okay. I wonder if Fat Man was at Nest at the same time as Nastasia. Imagine Fat Man and Nastasia. Or Fat Man being the student, Nastasia being the teacher, and that. And I think some genome soldiers are supposed to be at Nest as well. Ah, fuck, I literally don't have ammo to do this. Shit. I guess maybe I have an extra staff grenades. So, okay, I should make up for it. Which is gonna suck for a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change my strut E because I wasted too much ammo.
Be careful. There are
Definitely
mines
not.
around there.
Who is this?
Stealth-equipped claymore mines, invisible to the naked eye. Use the mine detector.
Identify yourself.
Just call me Deep Throat.
Deep Throat? You mean from Shadow Moses?
Mr. X, then.
Mr. X now, is it? Why would it matter if I called you Deep Throat?
Never mind about that.
Why did you contact me?
Let's just say I'm one of your fans.
Colonel, someone calling himself Mr. X just contacted me. Do you know anything about it?
No. And whoever it wasn't a burst transmission. The transmission was sent from within the big shell.
He called himself Deep Throat at first. Do you think...
I caught that part too. But the possibility of it being true is none. Gray Fox was the one who used that alias in Shadow Moses, and he's dead.
Probably. Is it an enemy trap?
Could be. Exercise extreme caution.
Enough speculating about Gray Fox. I think I'd rather fucking go get the ammo to clear this area properly. It's just this guy. Slap him in the nuts. That guy already is in. It's like getting the PS1. There we go. That's better. Yeah, there's a bunch of Mr. X calls. I always thought it's interesting how in MGS1, once you get contacted by the ninja, the optional calls, they're just that, they're optional. But Raiden immediately calls the Colonel because, of course, he recognizes it from MGS1. He's like, see, Colonel? Just like MGS1. It's gotta be. They're like, no, don't even think about it.
Pliskin, there are landmines in this area.
Oh, that's some mines here.
There should be a mine detector in strut F.
Maybe. How do you know?
Use your head. They can't see those claymore mines either, even if they did the planting, so they need to keep a mine detector handy.
I wouldn't have thought of that. You're right.
I don't think they taught you this in all that VR training, but intuition counts for something in battle. Use your wits and senses to detect the danger. Got it?
Definitely not.
One more bomb defused. There was one I managed to find only because I took a good look in first-person view.
Probably, yeah.
You should try it too.
I agree.
Oh yeah, hate when I forget to go in first-person view. And some of these Pliskin calls are just little hints, gameplay hints of where to find bombs. There's one about it being on the enemy's back.
That's a tranquilizer gun with a sound
He's doing
suppressor.
gun calls
Get
here.
that, and it's good night. Sleep tight. The time in which the tranquilizer takes effect depends on where you
Oh,
aim
he
your
should
target.
mention Solid
If
Snake
you want to
here.
knock somebody out with a single shot, aim
Yeah.
carefully for vital spots
That
like
guy.
the head or heart.
I think I've seen this modified gun before.
Yeah, it looks like the same gun used by Solid Snake 2 years ago. Following that terrorist incident, similar models were made and sold among the fans of his exploits. I think that's one of them. That's an American military M9 modified for tranquilizer bullets. When the tranquilizer bullets hit a target, the round uses the force of the impact to mix the drug, also producing a gas in the process. The pressure of the gas drives a built-in piston that injects the target with a powerful anesthetic. It's like firing a small hypodermic syringe. This M9 is a tranquilizer gun that knocks out the enemy. It doesn't kill them.
I don't know, because I don't think that all went away just because I changed areas.
Shoot a fire
That's wrong.
He's going through gameplay stuff now.
Pliskin, what do you know about
Oh,
Stillman?
there's stuff, okay.
He's a bomb disposal expert. Probably the best in the world.
Are you here to
What
gossip?
else? What do you mean?
Like why he retired?
Are you here to gossip?
No.
Then get back to work defusing those C4s.
Get real.
If there's something you need to know about Stillman, go ask him yourself.
Oh, this is that string of calls where he's just an asshole to Raiden, I think.
Looks like the enemy sentries have the defense.
Pliskin, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team's been wiped
Yep.
out.
Is that right?
Is that all you have to say? I thought they were your comrades.
Yeah, too bad.
Too bad. Did you know they were
Nerd.
used as a decoy to support my infiltration?
No, but it doesn't surprise me.
Man, you are cold. They were your friends.
What do you want me to say? That you killed them? Or do you want me to say it wasn't your fault?
I just...
Listen, kid, I don't have time to wet nurse you, or provide you with a shoulder to cry on. You got a problem with your conscience, you take
My
care of
butt.
it. Don't bother me.
You got a bisexual problem with your conscience?
Ryden, don't get yourself
Not a
worked up.
chance. Pliskin, you seemed pretty focused on the Navy captain. Something catch your eye?
Yeah, remember the handcuffs were cut? There was something on the other end of that.
Do you know what it was?
Well, no, forget it.
What do you mean, forget it?
Just what I said. Forget it.
Real.
Talk to you later, kid.
Hey, Pliskin, were you really a SEAL?
That's what I told you.
But
what?
Nothing.
Listen, kid, you're on a mission. Thinking about anything else can get you killed. If you shoot those pipes along the ceiling...
How I feel about that.
Okay, that might be it. Maybe the Mr. X call.
To throw something.
There's all these calls where he just dismisses Raiden one way or another.
Put your thermal...
Pliskin, hey Pliskin, get the fuck up.
Raiden, look at the enemy you knocked out.
Not
See
sure
the
how
star...
I feel about that.
Well, Raiden wanted to ask about him really being a SEAL because Fat Man said that he is no SEAL. Also, that's probably part of the reason why he mentions the SAS motto there, who dares wins, because he was at one point supposed to be voiced and look like Liquid with blonde hair, and Liquid's voice actor recording some lines for him in Japanese. Who knows if that's why he says that. Yeah, I can't seem to get that Mr. X call. Did I say Stillman?
Not a chance.
Did I say Fat Man instead of Stillman? Yeah, okay. Too many man characters in Kojima games, man. Too many. Fat Man, Stillman. Let's not get into that. Fucking Hot Cold Man, Dead Man, fucking Die Hard Man. Yeah. Trying to think. Yeah, this is probably somewhere right. Running Man.
That's wrong.
Oh, that's a little different, but whatever. That counts. Fuck it, Running Man.
When you swing up from hanging.
What?
If you see a likely...
Not a chance.
Fuck it, he's not saying anything, you know. This is where we can shoot the cameras without the suppressor because of the conveyor belt noise. Very useful. Now these cameras need to go because we'll go through this area so many times. Just about now is when the bomb shows up too. It's all like timed nicely.
Right. The roof of that strut is accessible. Check there as well.
That's right.
Right. The roof of that strut is accessible.
Not a chance.
Don't worry about it. It just works.
Don't get yourself worked up. It's safer to take out the enemy first, then look for the bomb.
That's exactly it.
Jump down right onto the enemy's
real.
head from hanging to knock him out. Look down in first.
Get real.
No call about this? Probably because it's an extra bomb.
don't see a lot of adequate cover in that area.
Right.
There's some cargo on those conveyor belts. That's about it.
Good thinking. Right. Take cover behind the cargo on the conveyor belt. Match your movement to the belts.
Yeah, I fucked around with that a little bit, Gary. Not in a long time, though.
Colonel, do you know anything about Mr. X?
Here we
He
go.
is not a member of the Foxhound unit.
He called himself Deep Throat, almost like he was the Shadow Moses.
Right, and I know what you're trying to say, but that possibility is nil.
Jack, I'll look into it for you. Hold on a moment.
What we're really getting is a Gray Fox call.
Don't even think about searching for the bomb. Think about what the...
He's kind of useless right now.
Looks like the enemy sent.
What's that supposed to mean?
The coolant spray can be...
What's that supposed to mean?
We could leave now, but I want to get the camera as well. So that's a little different. It's a bit of a mess because we gotta wait here. It takes a long time to get to the camera, so by the time that happens, the support team is gonna come check. Yep, there we go. Hopefully they don't glitch. I think they just glitched. Alright. I think it might have something to do with me positioning myself here too early. These guys are supposed to come down here from these steps. If you listen carefully though, you can hear their footsteps being stuck here. Behind the door, behind the loading screen. They're like going in a circle. Unfortunately, you can't sidestep into there. You can't really see. But these loading zones have little bit extra map area where the support team spawns, and then they go through the door. And they're just stuck there for some reason. I don't think we can see it happen. Hit. Every time that glitch happens, it ends up distracting me from actually getting the camera. Hold on. Oh, now it's gonna happen again. Because we reloaded the area. And the guy's not gonna radio in. So as soon as the time comes for him to radio in, they're gonna appear again. Shit, I shouldn't have gone through that door. I don't remember if it's an HD thing. Oh, fuck, I shouldn't have picked up that ammo until later in the game. Fuck it. Vantage point.
Right, come in. Right.
W20A. Yeah, that am was like way later. It's gonna mess me up if I don't pick it up. If I pick it up now. Wait, are they still out there? Even with the area load? No, okay. Alright, whenever it checks for the radio again, they should appear, and who knows if they'll get glitched again or not. I don't know if I have time to get the camera. I probably do. Fuck it. Maybe not. They fucking glitched again. They're not coming down. Now they're stuck here again. Yep, all those footsteps. I really wish I could see them. I've seen them get stuck on the way down the stairs too, so that rarely I could see them spin running in circles here, but okay, fuck it. Now I definitely have time to get the camera. As long as we don't make noise, because they'll hear it. Or gunshots. Getting the camera early is a whole process, because you gotta step on here, wait for the conveyor belt, and get in there, wait to get off. That's easy to get caught by those guys as they come check. Or at the very least they will notice the bodies or something. Well, if you missed a dud. Alright, so the Zone of the Enders box allows us to... I'm a fucking idiot. This is New Game Plus and I already have the camera. I even equipped it earlier to zoom in on things. But this is how you would get the camera early. Whoops. Okay, all that for nothing. Clearly I'm gonna notice once we get here and the item isn't there. Yeah, that must have been funny as fuck to notice beforehand. Yep. I'm so used to just getting it because I don't usually do New Game Plus. Nice. Oh, that was very useful. Let's go. Wait, let me get the e-call.
Right. Log into the node. It's possible. It's possible.
Come on.
Colonel, do you really think they'll blow up the big shell?
It's highly possible. We'll have to listen to their demands in full. They are pros. They won't hesitate to take the upper hand if they see an opening.
Do you plan on meeting their demands?
Absolutely not. You're the only person I can depend on. You must remove the explosives quickly.
What do you mean I gotta do my job? There's a similar call, I just wanted to... Actually, it tells you what's in the box. Transport game software. So Zone of the Enders box actually has copies of Zone of the Enders in it. Cardboard box to transport game software. The eye design is eye-catching. That also does something to with birds. And they got a shit ton of Zone of the Enders. Oh, there's a mine detector too. They got a bunch of Zone of the Enders boxes in here. These are all the unsold copies of Zone of the Enders after people only bought it for the demo of this game. And the game came out and it went with all these copies not being sold. Makes a lot of sense. Well, for real though, the Zone of the Enders doesn't get enough attention, unfortunately. It's pretty cool, especially the second game. Oh yeah, you can see a little bit of all the different kinds of boxes in here. That one, they're all in here because this is the... Oh shit, that scared me. Those guys are still up there. Yeah, all the different boxes. That one, that one. These all go to different struts when we get on the conveyor belt. Alright, let's go. Finally, we're about to get that cutscene I was talking about earlier and yesterday. The reveal of Solidus on the radio first. this is a cutscene that heavily suffers from us not getting the proper experience in the English version of this game, because like I was saying, in Japanese, Solidus has the same voice as Solid Snake, and Olga has the same voice as Meryl. So a Japanese player seeing this cutscene for the first time and coming from MGS1, as a Japanese player, you would effectively be hearing Solid Snake talking to Meryl. So it hits completely differently, especially when they tell you that Snake is the leader of the terrorists, right? And then you hear his voice coming from the radio, talking to Olga, who also sounds like Meryl, and on top of that, they talk about a bunch of MGS1 reference things. The box, the ninja, the guy, what else do they talk about? The taking care of that annoying fly. The way that Solidus says it, and Liquid Snake says it, and also Solid Snake says it in MGS1. They're all supposed to be the same way, but unfortunately, it's another one of those things that got translated 3 times over, in different times, from the same source Japanese material. So it just got worded slightly differently every time it got retranslated. But in Japanese, all 3 snakes refer to it in the same way. It's the same line. Taking care of that annoying fly. Swat down an annoying fly. It's slightly different how they did it in English. So you got that line as an MGS1 reference. You got the guy in the box, the lasers, the ninja, all MGS1 things that they talk about here. Meryl's voice and Snake's voice is just completely different in Japanese.
I've taken care of that annoying fly. What's the situation over there?
Puzzling. I saw a man dressed like a ninja just now.
Ninja?
It's the only way to describe it.
Liquid says bothersome
With
flies.
a sword.
What?
Are you hiding something from me?
Olga, are you sure it wasn't an Arsenal Tengu?
Don't be a fool. Think I wouldn't know the difference? I've never seen field gear like that ever.
All right, we'll intensify patrols. Anything else?
Actually, one more thing. You'll find it hard to believe, though. I saw a man hiding under a cardboard box.
Where?
On the connecting bridge to Shell 2. So you believe me this time?
I've seen someone use that box trick before. We'll lay a trap on the Shell 2 connecting bridge.
Over and out, then.
Freeze!
Nope, there's no good way to do it. Japanese voices and English subtitles. There is a mod for the PC Master Collection version, but the timing is off from what I saw, what I read. It doesn't really work out. Like the timing for the subtitles doesn't work with the voices, just by swapping it. And also, really, it wouldn't even really be a good way to do it, because the translation is just completely fucking off for most of the time.
I saw a female
They need to do an undub and a retranslation. Then it would make sense.
You know, unlike you, I've been briefed. She's not a dead cell? No. She commands a Russian private army. They must be the ones patrolling the big shell.
That's right. She's led the group ever since her old man, Colonel Gerlukovich, died. Watch yourself with her. She's a tough one.
Strange. Mind you, it's been a while. I don't really check on those, but that's what I heard last time. Who knows? Maybe they did something to the mod to improve it now. Who knows? The point is that Raiden doesn't get nearly as much respect, and Olga doesn't let Raiden hold her up like Snake did on the tanker. Could also be a slight hint at the fact that she's a ninja, although originally the ninja wasn't gonna be revealed yet. The ninja's identity was gonna stay a secret. It would just been one of those things that this game left up to interpretation. So who knows if that scene came before or after? Probably after, because it was a pretty early thing. But would have just been another thing, another mystery left unanswered. Who the ninja is. Oh shit. Ooh, that's close. Let's keep going. He is slowly but certainly sliding forward each time. Right? He might be sliding to the side here. Come on. Yeah, now he's going forward. Oh shit, that's right, a guy woke up. That's what I get.
Right, what's going on? Right.
That's how long the tranquilizer lasts on European Extreme, so yeah. I should have fucking killed his ass, but usually I can do it in time before the guy even notices me, but
Freeze.
Let's just go all the way down here, maybe. I don't know, I really wanted to do it for some reason. This might be weird. There's a corner there. That's working, I think. Oh yeah. He was just being really stubborn earlier. Whoops. Okay.
Freeze.
Let's do something with this guy. Yeah, I don't know what the hell it depends on the direction they actually fall from the kicks. Oh shit. Seems to be, maybe it's map oriented. Maybe it's this guy's about to give me trouble again. Fuck it. That works too.
After you take someone out, shake them.
The sensor aid that I get.
That's wrong.
Raiden here. The C4 reported on the roof of Strut E has been taken care of. Explosives were planted on the Harrier 2 stationed on the roof.
Hey, you. Has anyone ever told you you have some issues? Well done. It looks like there are no more bombs in that strut. Now, head for the other struts.
I see.
I think he says that if you have kills or something. Yeah. He just says random shit for some of these bombs. Not related to the bomb at all. They don't scream because usually for the animation it makes them scream. I think it's when they fall off the railing. It's that animation. It's like the railing that makes them scream. I think it might be related to the calls, yeah. There's just some obscure calls like that. We've got another box here. Daily supplies. And yeah, he was still in the cool animation. But you know what? It's not really the animation that does it, because you can also...
Freeze!
I guess it's technically an animation as well, but the bump animation is much quicker. Oh, come on. Don't bullshit me. Watch it, I'm gonna fall off. Instead of him. Old news, thank you for the 4 months. Why don't you... There. He actually grabs his gun for that animation. Nice. Damn it, why is he going forward? What the fuck? Ooh. Oh shit! Oh no! The kicking animation did it. Nice. I wasn't even counting on that. I wanted to bump into it, but yes, intentional.
Thanks, Fox Engine.
Oh, you can see the blood he left behind. Wow. Calculated. Yes. There should be something about the Harrier here.
Raiden, that's a Harrier 2 you see over there.
That's what shot down the SEAL chopper?
That's right. Unfortunately, the weapons you have at the moment aren't up to the task of neutralizing this plane. Leave it alone for now.
Really.
Raiden, log it.
Get real.
Who we haven't called in a while.
What can I do for you, Jack?
Get real.
You can get real.
Jack, I looked into Mr. X. I mean Deep Throat.
You Google Deep
During
Throat?
the Shadow Moses incident, Solid Snake did receive help from a guy who called himself Deep Throat. His true identity appears to be that of former Foxhound Unit member Gray Fox.
Gray Fox, huh?
Correct. His real name is Frank Yeager, the only member of Foxhound allowed to use the title of Fox. He was its best member. In Outer Heaven, he holed up in the stronghold ahead of Snake. He helped him and brought an end to the standoff. But in Zanzibar, he joined forces with Big Boss and became the leader of the upheaval. That's where he fought and lost to Snake. Fox was mortally injured and was picked up by the military. After that, it looks like he was used as the guinea pig in power exoskeleton and gene therapy experiments.
Power exoskeleton?
Cyborg ninjas, as some people called them. Detailed records were lost in the research center fire, though.
After that, he ended up in Shadow Moses?
Raiden's like, I should try
Why
that.
he showed up there is not in the records. Some people believe that it was to get revenge against Snake, but there is nothing definite to go by.
So now he's...
No, he died in Shadow Moses. That is for sure.
So then who is Mr. X?
I don't know, but be careful.
Well, not really, Captain Benchpress, because yeah, I'm 100% sure that there's a guy called Crimson Fox in Phantom Pain. Some of those DLC pre-order people with they literally have, was it a fox tattoo, a fox sound tattoo on their faces? Even if they're technically not random, they're just there. They have the Fox code name. But they're talking about having the code name Fox in Foxhound. So, yeah, that's technically Diamond Dog, so it doesn't care. They don't, it doesn't really matter. Who cares? It's Big Medic's little useless thing. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure there's also random assholes with the Fox name. I want to say not. When does Diamond Dogs become Outer Heaven? At the end of the bullshit. Not really an ending. When Big Medic flips the tape, 11 years are skipped at the end of Phantom Pain's bullshit. When he flips the tape and it says Operation Imprudent 313.
I'm busy right now, Rose.
You're right. Sorry.
I do remember. It was right after I transferred to New York. There are all these tourists around you in front of the Federal Hall.
A group of middle-aged Japanese ladies came up and asked me which building it was that King Kong was climbing in the movie. I said it was probably the Chrysler building, and then you showed up and started mouthing
Even
off.
then, none of that
You were
covers
like,
the Fox
"No,
Sound
it's the
thing.
Empire
Closest
State."
thing that covers
I said
Fox
the
Sound
Chrysler
is
building was
fucking
in Godzilla.
Turtle Blobs.
We started arguing, and I forgot all about the tourists. I was insisting that I was right, and you were doing the same. The next thing we knew, the Japanese women had gone away, and we ended up going to the Skyscraper Museum to see who had the better recall.
We argued all the way to Battery Park.
And for nothing.
Since the museum was closed, we went our separate ways from the museum. And then I found you again by coincidence out in the base corridor.
An amazing coincidence that we were actually working at the same place.
That night we went up to the top of the Empire State.
It was so beautiful. I could look down on the Chrysler building from 120 stories above ground.
I felt overwhelmed. I didn't care anymore who was right.
And that was our first date.
We watched King Kong in your apartment a bunch of times that night. Didn't sleep till morning. If it weren't for that coincidence, we wouldn't be together.
I know. I'm sorry, Jack. I'm taking up your time again.
Get
What?
real.
Take care.
I love you.
Yep. Oh, that's right.
My
there.
butt!
So that was the Patriots' great plan. To have some Japanese old ladies ask Rose about the Empire State Building and have him be within earshot distance and overhear it, come check. And that's how they met with Rose. Japanese ladies, Patriot agents too? I have so many questions. Yeah, I think we're good here. We can go. I mean, it sounds okay as a natural way of doing it, but you know it's fucking pre-arranged by the Patriots, so I don't know. Now, since we're on New Game Plus, there's this. Oh, but we're on New Game Plus 2. It moved again. Herpa derpa. Damn it, okay. Never mind then. On New Game Plus 1, the bomb that is normally below here moves to that spot I just looked at. But New Game Plus 2 moves back. So we'll just kind of redo the whole thing. Because Strutty is a bit of a handful. Getting the bomb that's now below here again. And then I want all those guys to be awake so I can shoot them in the head while they're standing up. Okay, yeah, the bomb is back here. Like a new game. Forgot about that. It moves, it alternates each playthrough. That's such classic MGS4 bullshit. A healthy Japanese woman was paramedic's assistant. Just a huge fucking retcon to make Eva the surrogate mother, but uh-oh, she's not Japanese, and Snake is canonically part Japanese. So how do we do that? Let's just pull a random Japanese woman out of our asses. Make her assistant. Man, I can't aim for shit. Okay. Classic MGS4 nonsense. Yeah, and MGS1 Snake is part Japanese because Big Boss was originally part Japanese. It just carried over, but then, oh no, we gotta make Kaz part Japanese now. Forget about that. I mean, Miller was already part Japanese also, but he's like third generation Japanese. And then, you know, they had to make him actually first gen born in Japan. They altered that. If you look at all the guidebooks and the character profiles and the official handbook for MGS1, why would I use a third person's act? Because it's MGS4 bullshit. They had to keep the fact that Snake was part Japanese, but somehow make Eva his surrogate mother. So they had to throw in some other person's fucking Japanese DNA in there. It's just classic MGS4 bullshit.
The sensor A that I gave you is set so... What? There are still bombs.
I don't know.
MGS3 retconning and Big Boss's background. Making him suddenly not part Japanese anymore. They at least kept the fact that Solid Snake is part Japanese. But now it's not because Big Boss is part Japanese, but because of this random Japanese assistant that paramedic had. Come on. Okay. A healthy Japanese woman. You see like a picture of her for 2 seconds. You see a drawing on her in MGS4, and that's it.
There are still bombs.
Definitely not.
Nope. Alright, well, when we do this, shit happens, so let's make sure we got everything out of the way.
Jack, do you need to save?
Yeah.
It was Japanese woman's eggs in Eva's womb, so... Where's my aspirin? They took the eggs of the Japanese woman and implanted in Eva. Because reasons.
Jack, it must be so
Ooh,
nerve-wracking.
are you thinking about me when you defuse a bomb?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, that was a stupid thing to say. Sorry.
That's alright. It's just that I've never been trained in this stuff.
You okay? Are you feeling well?
I almost threw up a few times.
Oh, Jack.
But I'm okay. It's not like I'm in this alone.
Oh, yeah, that's true. What do you think about when you're defusing those things?
I don't think so much as remember, and I know that I need to resist that and keep my mind blank. I can't let myself be overwhelmed by the fear.
So, am I a part of what you try not to remember? I was just kidding, but I guess this isn't a good time for that.
No, it is, and I do think about you. I'm trying to remember what's so special about April 30th.
Any success?
No, not yet.
That's purely because she was Japanese.
Okay.
And they had to
That's
keep
a
the
deal.
fact that Snake's part Japanese. That's literally all it is.
Push the crawl button.
Whatever.
Oh yeah, fuck it.
This is Raiden. Disposal of the C4 in Strut D is complete.
Good work. Only one more left to go.
This is Pliskin. Do you read me, Pete?
I'm here. What's up?
Raiden, you need to hear this too.
I'm listening.
I checked out the bottom of Strut H for you, Pete.
Wait, what's this about?
I asked Pliskin to look around. Knowing Fat Man, I can't shake the feeling that all the bombs so far were just wrong.
So did you find anything?
Yeah, a hell of a lot of C4s.
No, she only gave birth to Liquid and Solid.
Right.
I knew
No
he
mention
had
of
the real
Solidus.
So all the other ones were dummies?
No, they're a threat, all right. But the detonation wouldn't be enough to destroy the entire shell. But the C4s Pliskin found would inflict serious structural damage.
That's not the bad news either. These are sensor-proof.
What?
New model, I guess.
The whole thing with Solidus is a little
ionization sensor
fucky.
can't detect them.
Oh, they kind
The
of
whole
forgot
thing is
about it.
sealed tight to prevent vapor leak, and there's no trace of that cologne signature. Pete, looks like he fooled you.
Yes.
But you managed to find the thing anyway.
It was sheer luck.
Bombs
The way
that
it's
are
worded to
invisible
me,
the
it sounds like
sensor?
Solidus
Any
is
ideas,
one
Pete?
of the
Are there more out
6
I will
fetuses
speak for
that they
myself.
were
You
supposed
can't
to
move
abort.
fast enough.
Of the
He's right.
8.
I can try the spray from a distance.
Hold on. There's
They
something
call him
not
a
right
survivor
about
of
this,
the
but I can feel it.
project.
Well, Pete, should I come back and get you?
But
No,
Eva says
there's
she
no
only
need.
gave birth to
Right?
2.
You have one left to go, correct?
And then there's a
Right,
thing in
except for those
timeline
setless
of
ones.
what the fuck was
How
it?
about you, Pliskin?
I have 2 left. not
V
counting
or
this
Peace
one.
Walker says that the
Okay.
project ended in
It'll have to
76.
be me. I have the
That's the
level
only
4 cargo
hint we
getting into Shell
have
2
pieced
in any
together.
case.
Solidus
You'll never make it. With
thing.
that bad leg of yours, they'll spot you for sure.
That won't happen. I can walk just fine. I can even run.
What do you mean?
That bomb 5 years ago, I messed up. Even with all my experience, I lost it. And the church was lost in the explosion. All those kids playing nearby too. These past 5 years, I've lived a life.
He had to be one of the octuplets. There's no
Yes.
fucking way they would do it
Lie.
twice otherwise.
I didn't lose my leg in the explosion. So many dead. All because of my mistake. All I could think about was hiding from the crime, shielding myself from the public outcry. I wanted people to be sorry for me, for my weakness. I faked being a victim myself because I couldn't bear to face the families of the real victims. This is no prosthetic. I can keep my footing
I'll
on
go
catwalks,
C4
hike over
myself.
deserts. I lived my
Hike over
life
deserts,
so well,
Phantom
I
Pain
had no
reference.
answer to myself for my sins. It was supposed to be a shield, and it's become a shroud instead. I've killed my soul.
Where are you
by
getting those
playing a
numbers
victim.
from, man?
Instead of protecting me, it's made my life even more hellish.
What good can that do the victim?
Don't say the wiki, please.
I know. I'm a coward.
Exactly. Hey,
Exactly.
God forgive me. I can walk with my own 2 feet, and I need them to stop Fat Man. His crimes are also mine. One of omission and arrogance. No one should teach the skills I taught him without a clear conscience. This is the only way I can diffuse my own sins.
I get you, Pete. That one's all yours. You got it, Ryden?
I understand.
Pete, I've taken care of guards in struts G and H of Shell 2. I wouldn't recommend you go into any of the other struts.
I owe you one.
I'll get back to freezing the baby bombs then.
You do that too, Ryden.
I'm on it.
I'll have the radio with me if you need to get in touch. Just don't ask for Peg Leg Peter. He's gone for good.
I don't know where you're getting those numbers from, Gary, but they're not right. Well, I don't know if it's it could be a good thing that MGS4 kind of forgot about Solidus' origin. There is no record of when Solidus is born. The closest thing that we have, like I said, is that the president calls him a survivor of the Les Infanterie project. Which to me sounds like, you know, when Liquid is talking about the octuplets and how they aborted 6 of them, sounds to me like Solidus would have been one of the 6. So they only really aborted 5. That's how I look at it. But then, unfortunately, MGS4's bullshit adds the detail that only Liquid and Solid were born together as twins. So what the fuck happened to Solidus, we don't know. And instead, again, either in the timeline at the end of the credits of Phantom Pain, maybe Peace Walker, I always forget which one it is. It says that the cloning project was abandoned in 76 for some reason. So sometime between 72 and 76, Solidus must have been born. I wonder why they picked that 76 specifically to say that, but there's just no record of it. There is no fucking in-game thing that explains it. And same with fucking Raiden's age, you know, or Paz's exact age, or the boss's exact age. Although I think Raiden's exact age, the fucking source of that is the digital graphic novel. I can guarantee you it doesn't say it in the game itself. Solidus just has turbo accelerated aging. Like, really fucking fast accelerated aging.
What's up, Jack?
Now, they just refer to him as a well-balanced individual. Both of them just wanted to talk about Solidus as a well-balanced clone. Not a perfect clone, mind you. A well-balanced clone. It's not until MGS4 that he becomes a perfect clone and magically his DNA works to unlock the system and all that bullshit. So that's more MGS4 bullshit. That Solidus was a perfect clone all along. He clearly isn't, because he's got the accelerated aging. At the very least, which they list as a reason for Snake not being a perfect clone, different than Liquid. So what the fuck?
Don't be too hard on him.
But he's got no right to go around pretending
It's a clusterfuck. Thanks to MGS4.
That's an insult to people who really can't walk.
Everyone's got their own reasons. Sometimes you've got no choice but to lie.
You're right. I guess it is necessary sometimes.
Rose?
It's nothing. Well, see ya.
It really isn't. He's well balanced. Probably means that they took a little bit of both. Yes, it's just MGS4 nonsense. So maybe it's a good thing that MGS4 skipped on Solidus' origin. Unfortunately, not his, you know, what happened to him later, but and if only that would have been Big Boss's body and it went with the original MGS4 ending and instead of all that bullshit, it would have fixed so many things. MGS4's nonsense. But anyway, just more meddling either from Konami or I think the way to describe it, Kojima's team for the ending. Whatever, they were against it. Derpa. Wait, I don't want to call her Rose again.
Jack, is that you?
Whatever.
Hang in there.
Cute.
Raiden, leave the odorless C4 on strut H to Stillman.
Yeah.
Your job is to dispose of the C4.
The old lady hasn't pissed on that bomb.
Every last one. Raiden, log into the node first. Strut C's node is.
That's not it.
Yeah, I don't really think the Patriots give a shit about the age requirement to be president. Yeah, he looks old enough. Fuck it.
Raiden, leave.
Definitely not.
Raiden, where are you?
What
are you embarrassed about? You're on a mission. Anything goes.
That's exactly it.
I've snuck into similar places in the past myself. Raiden, like I said before, there's a huge load of C4s at the bottom of strut H that won't show up on the radar. The old man's right.
Yeah.
There's got to be the same thing in Shell 1.
Bad humans.
Watch your back.
What if he's lurking?
I just got a call from Pete. He made it to Shell 2. I guess he really can run.
Pliskin.
I'll take good care of Pete. Don't worry.
There should be. Oh yeah. Stillman can go play Phantom Pain in the desert now. Yeah, of course he underutilized Liquid. Like, that's the main reason that he comes back on a fucking arm, is because Kojima was like, whoopsie, I shouldn't have killed him off in MGS1 if we were gonna make MGS2. So that's the main reason why he comes back in some form. But that thing about the Sorrow's bullshit.
There is no doubt that C4 is planted in that vicinity. There are still
What? Stillman, how you feeling?
All right. It's been a while since I've run, though.
Guess that means it's also been a while since you've run out of breath, huh?
Are you accusing me of something writing?
No, I didn't mean anything by it.
No, I should be condemned.
That's right. Wait.
That's
Everyone
right.
makes mistakes.
But it's the reasons behind those mistakes that become the real issue.
That's right. What do you mean?
The reason that bomb exploded, and the reason that I was saved, is because I was confronted by fear, and I couldn't handle it. Halfway through disposing of the bomb,
Unfortunately, they did not keep it in MGS3.
I had turned around and was running away from the bomb. The one who paid the price
exactly it.
wasn't me. After I regained consciousness from the shock of the blast, the first thing that my eyes met were the corpses of children crushed under a pile of rubble.
Stillman.
Yet, what do you think I felt at that time? A sense of relief. Relieved that it wasn't me.
Oh.
That's not all. At the time, I was known as the top bomb disposal technician in the United States. And to someone like me, who had neither a wife nor children, that reputation was everything. I didn't want to lose it. That's why I lied about losing my leg. Ran away from the responsibility that was mine. Closed my eyes to the victims. Stirred up the sympathy of the public.
All right, Stillman, that's enough. For now, let's just worry about what we're going to do about Fat Man's bombs.
Yeah.
Never make the mistake of watching digital graphic novels of MGS1, especially 2. But unfortunately, they added the Sorrow in MGS2, and that complete piece of garbage. When Ocelot is being taken over by Liquid, he has fucking visions of the Sorrow. Problem with that is just about everything else is complete fucking nonsense, reimagined, rearranged, completely fucking changed, and missed the point of MGS2's story and the graphic novel. So, yeah, the thing with the Sorrow is complete fucking bullshit. That they retconned and wrote the Sorrow in there, but then you have other crazy shit in that thing. Like Solidus fucking prank calling Raiden before the mission, the Snake fighting Vamp, and Solidus instead of Raiden saving Emma. Like they just completely fucking alter the whole thing. It's complete bullshit. Fuck. And probably more crazy things that I can't even think of. Oh yeah, Stillman fucking going to fight Fat Man with Raiden. Oh man.
On the sensor now.
Good work, Raiden.
I want to stop thinking about it now.
How's your bomb, Peter?
It's a bomb, all right. Sealed C4 and in huge quantities.
You think there's another one in Shell 1?
For sure. Somewhere at the bottom of Strut A.
Why are you so certain?
If this bottom section
Kojima definitely wanted to use Liquid more. Yep.
Well on its way to destruction.
You mean that Shell 2 will
Snake could have won against Liquid without him dying.
Still be 5
Maybe.
struts left. But if Shell 1 loses a strut at the same time, it'll be a very different story. The big shell's structural integrity depends on a very exact balance. If both shells lose a strut each, the whole structure will tear itself apart under its own weight.
What do we do?
I have a sensor that can locate even those scentless C4s. It makes combined use of a neutron scintillator and a hydrogen bomb detector. It's the thing you acquired from the safe in Strut C a little while back.
Does it work?
I just tested it, and it definitely responds. But the best I can do is a sound beacon, not the radar.
Sound?
The shorter the interval between beacons, the closer the target.
I get you.
It's all yours, Raiden.
I'm going to study it some more and see if the freezing process will work. Don't touch the other one until I say so.
Okay. I'll stand by until you radio in.
At the end of MGS1, you're kind of left to believe that Snake might be about to die from Fox Die. The way Ocelot talks about it in the credits, Fox Die will become activated soon, right on schedule. Yeah, but we know that Snake survives that, but you're led to believe the opposite. So who knows? Technically, they go down over the liquid as well. But he runs off, and you think he's gonna survive or die based on the same thing. I would have been a little bit fucked. You would have to rework the whole thing, but it's definitely mentioned that Kojima kind of regret killing off Liquid in MGS1, because MGS2 wasn't quite planned at the time, but it was a very immediate thing, almost immediate after or as MGS1 released, that they made the decision of MGS2 being a thing. You can see the exact timeline of that in the document of MGS2. So that's part of the reason. I would say it's probably the main reason why. We have the whole thing with the arm.
How's your invisible bomb?
I'm looking at it, but I'm keeping my distance. How's Pliskin doing?
A few more minutes. I just got to the last strut, but there are a few enemy sentries I have to take care of.
Does it look bad, Peter?
Maybe. It's an odd one. The detonator hasn't been activated.
What?
But the sensors are live, which means...
This is Pliskin. I've located the last C4.
Is that it?
I'm about to freeze it. Then...
Wait! Pliskin! Damn! That was it!
What's going on?
The detonator just woke up. It's counting down!
What happened?
The big ones were rigged to be activated when all the baby C4s went offline. Right. The one in Shell 1 should be counting down too. Hurry!
What's the remaining time?
200 seconds.
200 seconds?
Right. Move! Get to the bottom of strut A now!
Why don't you do it?
Game pausing for a second there. Difficult to check. I wonder if Snake activating the C4 is supposed to be a callback to him accidentally activating Rex. I don't know. It works a little differently though, because I don't know. As the player, Raiden would have had to do. I don't know. Maybe sometimes we're reading too much into it. Oh, nice! I got it. Exclamation point. Don't worry about me.
Freeze.
Yeah, it's supposed to be this thing where you're looking up to Snake as this, you know, mentor or whatever, cool guy, badass figure, but then he kind of fucks up a few times.
The countdown has been initiated.
Yeah.
Listen up. Time is absolutely critical. Hurry to the bottom of strut A by the shortest possible route.
Should I apply coolant to the bomb in the same way as before?
Wait, I'm still not sure yet.
Not a chance.
I'll try testing it out here first. For now, get yourself to the bottom of strut A ASAP. The
I don't
countdown
know.
has been initiated.
There's an actual backtracking for the sniper rifle and then the whole different sniping section, so I don't know about that.
The countdown has been initiated.
That's not it.
Is that the only call?
Raiden, the odorless C4 should be at the bottom of strut A. Head to strut A's bottom level now.
That's wrong.
One of these days I should really look at the screenplay book. Protocols.
After you hold an enemy soldier up, you could manage to seize an item if
probably.
Yeah, okay.
Freeze!
And if only we could get the birds of shit on him. I can't believe I have a call for this. And they thought about it.
Raiden, the elevator won't move when enemy soldiers are in it. Draw enemies out of the elevator.
Oh, but how? Maybe by doing this.
Raiden, Bliskin, listen carefully.
What is it?
I fell for it.
Fell for what?
Fat man has my number. A proximity trigger. Microwave.
Yep. Microwave?
With a 7-foot range. It's not a technique I taught him. Neither was that multi-bomb booby trap. Looks like he's far surpassed me as far as explosives technique goes. As for the rest...
Pete, get the hell out of there.
There's less than 30 seconds left. It's too late.
No!
He said that as...
Get away from strut H as fast as you can.
There's less than 30 hours left.
Keep your distance.
On the timer.
Use the spray from as far away as possible.
What are the chances?
Me?
You can do it. I know that.
I'm not so sure.
But I am. Do it. I know you can.
Why don't you do it? Probably, yeah.
You
bastard! Whatever.
Oh, that's why.
We the Marines.
Nice.
What a shame. He was a good man. What a rotten way to die.
Raiden's freaking out. Thanks for the bits, guys. He's actually sounding kind of nervous here.
Colonel, Stillman is dead.
I know. Pull yourself together, Raiden.
I can't do this alone.
Jack, are you listening? All right, calm down.
Stillman is dead. There are no more explosive specialists.
You're fine. I won't let you die.
Rose.
All right then. Is Sensor B equipped?
Yes.
See if it responds or not.
Yeah,
Jack,
of course
no
it
matter
does
what,
sucks.
you have to bring an end to this crisis.
Okay.
It's one of my go-to games when I take a break from Metal Gear. So that thing about the microwave sensor, 7-foot range. Maybe Fat Man knew exactly what was going to happen, only put it on Stillman's bomb, but it's definitely not here because you get pretty close to it, nothing happens. Which is weird because they do have bombs that go off immediately as a gameplay mechanic in VR. I guess they didn't come up with that until VR, maybe. Substance. It's just not a thing. Also, the bomb is here on Extreme, on European Extreme, which is actually an easier spot to find it. And to get to it. Shit game! Hey, viewer. Yeah, there isn't a whole lot going on now because Stillman's dead, Mr. X doesn't pick up, Bliskin's knocked out, Rose is annoying, and the Colonel is fake, so... Rose too, probably.
Right, there's a C4
Yeah, there's not a lot going on.
Colonel, I've neutralized the bomb.
Good work, Raiden.
It was a great loss for everyone.
Yes, it was.
Colonel, any damage report on the explosion?
Seems that the duct for diverting the contaminated seawater was destroyed, and the central section of Shell 2 is flooding. The explosions ignited the oil slick on the surface.
What about the toxins?
The chemicals stayed in containment. There's no immediate danger.
Is the big shell stable?
Shell 1 was unaffected. The price was high, but the threat of the bomb is over for now.
What's the next objective?
Rescue the president. Get back to the upper level.
Roger that.
Now let's get the call here, then we'll do the flying thing.
Right. The terrorists have retaliated for our bomb neutralization.
What?
A hostage has been killed. Shot in the head. They shot one of them on the roof, just to make sure we caught it. One of our satellites caught it clear as day.
Damn.
They announced they would kill one every hour from now on.
What are my orders? What should I do?
Stay with your mission objective. Rescue the president.
What about the other hostages?
President Johnson is your first priority.
Priority my butt. They're all in danger.
Jack, be reasonable. I know what you're feeling, but you can't save them all.
No, not by myself.
Are you expecting that Pliskin to come through?
Well,
looks like he's turned his radio off too.
I can't complete this mission by myself.
That man was not included in the simulation. He is not a factor in this mission.
What do you mean by that, Colonel?
Your mission must remain a solo effort.
What about the SEALs? No second attempt?
They haven't even gotten to planning that. All we can do is wait. In the meantime, you're our only hope.
I understand.
Raiden, go and rescue the president. You can start off by getting to the upper level of Strut A.
Why don't you do it?
There's actually very low amounts of crude oil. Otacon talks about how he thinks they're getting fresh shipments of new oil to replace it. We're gonna get the re-recorded tutorial call here. There's a little.
Got your feet wet? These are the basic controls for swimming. Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid succession to swim faster. Change your heading with the left stick. Up will take you up, down takes you lower. Left and right to face those directions.
That voice change
will appear under your life gauge while you're underwater. The gauge corresponds to the amount of air you can hold from a single deep breath. Once the O2 gauge falls to zero, the life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
Yeah, nothing like re-recording lines for our character that changes fucking voice tone when things happen in the story. Now, it's not confusing at all, right? Nah. So, in the HD edition, you will often hear re-recorded tutorial lines every time an analog stick is mentioned in the controls. You know, move the stick, whatever, because in the original they say analog stick, and analog is a patented thing by Sony. So when they re-released the games for an HD edition on Xbox, they had to re-fucking record it. So those lines were recorded 11 years after the original lines. Different equipment, you know, area, older voice actors, all that stuff. So, you actually see that in the reflection and matches. It's very odd because for MGS2 they already had dialogue re-recorded for it for Xbox, because Substance came out on Xbox already. Yeah, couldn't they just cut? You know what, viewer? I'm pretty sure they did that for their sword tutorial. Snake's tutorial, when you get the sword and he tells you how to use it. I'm sure they did that. That one's not re-recorded because it's too perfect. Otherwise, it's only missing the word. Go compare it if you're bored, had nothing to do. Listen to it on PS2 and listen to it on HD or whatever. So for MGS2, they could have just reused whatever Xbox lines when releasing it on Xbox, but instead they just took the whole thing and re-recorded it and re-released it on everything, which I guess another fucking, how many, 13 years later came in handy when they had to re-release it again on PC and Switch with the Master Collection. But I don't think they had that hindsight. That's bullshit. What are you talking about? The microwave trigger. I don't think Stillman had any fucking coolant left. Stillman was gonna actually dismantle the bomb with his expertise. The coolant's for Raiden and Snake, who don't know how to do that. Stillman was gonna go there and actually fucking disarm the bomb. So when the timer changed, he didn't have time to do that anymore. So, whoops. Oh yeah, he says, oh, try the freezing coolant on it. Was it Raiden or Stillman that says that? I don't know. Oh, yeah, I'll test to see if the coolant freezing thing would work. He just didn't have time to do it. And nah, this is in all versions. It's just a funny thing with the ladders. Bug? What bug? Is this working as intended? Yeah, I mean, all you need is a motion sensor. Motion sensor tells the timer to change. That's right, he says, I'll check if the freezing process will work. Maybe it didn't. Who knows? I have a feeling that Fat Man was playing 3D chess there anyway. I knew that Stillman would go specifically for that bomb. Maybe he made it a lot more complex because of that. Maybe we should go. Yeah, he says there's 30 seconds left. You'd think you only need about maybe 3 or 4 seconds to freeze the bomb. But, ooh. That's a nice look at Raiden's ass. Whatever, the point is, Stillman had to fucking die. Okay? Oh shit. Oh no, 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 oh no. Oh no, oh no. Now I fucked it up. Damn it. Gotta save and reload. Yeah, that's what happens if you surface. Yeah, viewer, I was talking about it. Send help. Well, we're just gonna round, I guess. I don't think there's any good way of going back in bounds after this. I think Snake's just calling the C4. Also really confusing that this C4 looks like a regular one. When they did have a model of a bigger C4 bomb that they use for the Fat Man fight, yeah? Hell of a lot of C4 packed up the bottom of strut H.
Jack! Jack!
Maybe we're supposed to imagine that it's a huge freaking thing like the one you see when you fight Fat Man. But this one isn't. This one is just a little tiny one like the others. It's... I don't know. No, if I tried to go back inside the water, it would have been stuck on the other side of this wall here. I wouldn't be able to access the ladder to unglitch, I think. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the speedrunners fucked with this out of bounds thing, and nobody has actually used it to skip things. You think you could, but apparently it's not that useful, just for the hell of it. I don't know, guys. It's one of those things that you don't really need to stop and apply real life logic to. You just, instead, you know, what the game tells you that happened, that's what you work with. I don't really like getting lost in possible headcanon, behind the scenes, real life logic things that might have happened that led to it. I don't know. A little bit of that is fine, but too much and you start, you know, kind of going off track with these games. Usually, if they want you to think of something, they will hint at it or represent it in some way, and then you can think about why that thing went the way it went in the game due to what was decided in development. Yeah, that's kind of the way I like to look at it.
Jack, is that you?
What?
Like, oh, why didn't Fortune fucking jump in a volcano? She wanted to die, yeah? Well, that's because she wants to keep the drama up.
See ya.
Not a chance.
Not a chance. Her character is about wanting to keep up the fucking drama, about complaining about her life all the time, so... Wait, the bugs are not bugged this time. Yeah, you can't come back here. Raiden leaves in the cutscene. Sometimes these bugs don't appear. This time they did.
I can't tell you how happy I am that you were alive after all. I knew this moment would come.
I mean, she seems glad when she does die, but...
Like you finished off my father.
It's more about her keeping up the drama. Who knows, Mugen Plus might have something to do with it. The bugs.
That's not him. This could be interesting. You've seen the fires of hell, haven't you?
You need the glasses to see the bugs, like in MGS Mobile.
Maybe you can give me death.
You nerd.
My name is Fortune, lucky in war and nothing else. And without a death to call my own. Hurry, kill me, please.
Unfortunately, this is one of those times that the volume levels are all over the place. I want to do the calls, but the voices in the codec are so low volume.
Fortune's railgun packs some power.
What?
A direct hit will kill you. Do not present her with a target under any condition. Stay behind cover.
Why don't you do it?
It actually doesn't kill in one hit, which is funny, because Olga's little 9mm kills Snake in one hit. But Fortune's fucking huge railgun takes 2 hits to kill Raiden. Raiden is just not good.
Right. Rose did a bit of research on Fortune's weapon.
The big rifle that she carries appears to be a personal railgun.
Railgun?
Yes, an electromagnetic gun that fires bullets with magnetic force. As a movable conductor, it uses plasma electrons to boost acceleration capabilities. The kinetic energy of the ammunition is
I can't hear you.
10 megajoules. Incidentally, that of a 140mm smooth bore gun ammunition is 20 megajoules.
I can't believe something like that even exists.
It's not available though. What she has is only a prototype.
That thing sure doesn't sound like a prototype.
Problems with the rail plasma and inter-rail electromagnetic release have yet to be solved. Evaluations exist that criticize it as unacceptable as a field weapon because of the high risk of accidental discharge.
But hers doesn't.
Most likely, probably because she's lucky. Either way, it's a weapon that she alone can wield, that's for sure.
Yeah, And a weapon that's uncontrollable, too.
Be very careful, Jack.
I think the railgun's damage is weird because it's programmed to kill you in 2 hits, but it's also programmed to kill you in 2 hits if you regenerate health, which doesn't regenerate all the way. But for some reason, if you get hit again after regenerating a little bit that you can, it also doesn't kill you in 1 hit. It's kind of weird how it works.
Fortune's railgun packs some power. Why don't you do it?
But the thing that they changed for European Extreme is that she double taps. She shoots twice each time. It's a lot harder to. You can just stand in front of her and crouch and dodge like you can in other difficulties. Let's see, there's a call about trying to slap her, but you have to actually fight and do it and get it. Fuck! It's the explosion that fucking kills you in 1 hit.
What the hell happened?
Touching the cover as it blows up like that, because the railgun doesn't kill him. Oh wait, I don't have full health. That's why. Okay, never mind. That's why. Yeah, I'm trying to get that call. See, now it didn't kill me in 1 hit. Maybe it's... Let me see. Let me test what I was talking about. If we regenerate, you'd think it would do more damage than that, but... See? As long as you regenerate, it doesn't kill you in 1 hit, even though it would do more than that.
Is everything all
little
right?
health bar
Right.
you have left. The first time it does more damage. I don't know what the fucking deal is. But I think getting close to when the fucking crates blow up, that's what did more damage. If you get close, she changes her... Alright, there we go. Her pattern. So now that I'm trying to get close to her... Alright, just like, get out of here. Alright, maybe now we can get the call about trying to get close to her. Not Flint Bliskin.
What is she, a witch? For some reason, I can't hit her.
I don't understand. She's obviously impervious to attack.
Probably. What are my options?
Disengage her and get out.
The elevator is still upstairs. My retreat's been cut off.
Hang on until the elevator comes down again.
Well, if it was percent damage, she will never be able to kill you. It's like the first time? It's, I don't know. This also gives iframes. It's a little dangerous. Yep. You had to time it right. But yeah, if you actually... I think that was all the calls anyway. You can do it that way with the iframes, jump out, or you can just use the box. That's what I like to do. The box doesn't make you any less vulnerable to it, but what it does help with is turning around, going back and forth like this. The box makes it a much tighter turn. The turning angle. That's much easier to go back and forth. And then, once she shoots to the side, that's how you know it's over. But there's still something that can happen. reloading. Imagine having enemies reload. You know boss characters. You don't want to stand here when it's over because... Whoops. The fucking ceiling comes down and kills you in one hit.
What's wrong? Raiden! Raiden!
Alright, fuck. Let's try the... I'm kind of bad at it. But... I fucked it up. Ah, the freaking... Oof. Okay. These are iframes, but the timing. And then the fucking reload animation. You wanna do this with no ammo usually. Oof. Oof. This fucking thing throws me off, man. When the camera does that. At least you get over lines like this. Okay, now we got some little reloads left. We should be good. Oh fuck, all these things have changed the camera, man. Oof. Yeah, it's like I have a device too. That grunt means it's over.
Right. Fat Man just contacted us directly.
Fat Man called us?
Yes. Looks like he placed a bomb on the heliport. He specifically asked for you right now.
What?
He's killed off Peter. Now he's after you.
Why me?
How should I know?
Look, this is really not a good time for this.
The countdown's already begun, right?
Great. How much time do I have left?
I'll show you the count. 200 seconds remaining.
So he's planning on taking this place out.
It looks like he has a different agenda from that of Dead Cell.
What about that guy?
None. There's no time.
Which type of explosives is it?
He didn't say.
I'll take over, Queen.
What is it?
It seems our friend Fat Man is out of control.
He'll actually try to destroy this place?
Yes, this could unravel everything we've planned.
But why would he do such a thing?
Who knows? But he's nothing more than a stereotypical mad bomber now. He's completely lost sight of our ideals. And with it, his loyalty to Commander Jackson.
All right. I'll take care of the wayward soul. It wasn't him.
Unfortunate.
I expected more of this one, really.
But he couldn't kill you, I see.
Completely useless.
Then he's all mine.
Later, Vamp.
Now!
bisexual.
Damn.
Vamp. Are you gone? No. No, that death was meant for me. Why am I the only one that can't die? Alone again? Cheated out of death
That
again?
now that Raiden shouts himself,
Force me to live.
it's much more
How much longer?
reserved in Japanese.
You've punished me enough.
Yes. He's like saying it calmly to himself, quietly in Japanese, and in English he just yells it at everybody. Yep. It's a little silly, whatever.
I thought you could give me peace.
Nah, she's got an M9.
But you couldn't kill me either.
You're a real egotistical woman.
No, but I can hurt you in other ways. Yeah, if there was a fortune codec, Raiden would probably call her cute too. Raiden calls every woman he talks to on the codec cute.
There's no need for sorrow, Queen.
Olga, Emma, Rose. He has the same line for all of them.
Bullshit.
How cute.
I can't die twice.
Even when the fucking Colonel's face changes to play Emma's voice line at the end, Raiden's thoughts are about Emma, so he calls the Colonel cute. Yeah, there used to be this theory that Vamp is revived by water somehow. You know, Fortune's Tears, or when he jumps into the water the other couple times that you shoot him. There's this theme of water, information drowning in water, the world drowning in a sea of useless information. You know, you kind of see that in the intro as well. So there's some speculation that that's what makes Vamp come back to life, and it was never confirmed or anything, but that's the good stuff about this game, the actual discussion that it inspired back in the day before they fucked it up with MGS4's nanomachines and tape that explained Vamp's powers. Oh, that's right, Stillman's dead, Bliskin's passed out, Rose is Rose, Mr. X doesn't answer ever. Yep, I think we'll just go there.
The clock is ticking, right? I see.
Yep.
If the big shell explodes, massive quantities of chlorinated chemicals used in killing marine bacteria will go up in flames along with the crude oil. If that happens, expect a large amount of harmful chemical substances, including dioxins, to be released into the atmosphere. Dioxins are common nomenclature for polychlorinated dibenzodioxin and polychlorinated dibenzofuran. They are organic chloride compounds that are highly acute and toxic, and are powerful chemicals that can cause cancer, genetic disorders, and birth defects. On top of that, they do not decompose easily, nor dissolve in water, making it easy for them to accumulate within the bodies of living organisms. The environmental impact on the bay and coastal area ecosystem would be unfathomable. Environmental restoration would likely require several generations. That is why we cannot allow them to blow up the big shell. Right, you must disarm the
You're not making any sense. Oh, fuck. Yeah, the fact that he tells you the full name there, dioxins. Yeah. Fuck. There was also supposed to be an underwater boss fight with China Man before it got cut. Well, not cut. Yeah, they made the decision not to make it. The word cut is a little touchy. Like, there's cut content. That's not exactly what happened.
Tell me what you know about Fat Man.
Okay, hold on a minute. I'll look him up.
Dude, there's a fucking countdown going. It's just like, hold on a minute. Oh, fuck. Yeah, they gave some of Chinaman's powers to Vamp. That's why he can swim like that and probably run water.
Right. I expect your encounter with Fatman will involve combat. There isn't a lot of time, but if you're not happy with your equipment, now is the time to get everything ready.
Yeah.
I can't believe that the fucking Rose Fatman call is here too.
If you shoot out the radio,
I don't know.
That's funny. I mean, we'll have time to get there, but
Jack, you okay?
oh wait, she's treating this as a boss fight already.
Hang in there.
Yeah, when you call her and she's like, with that tone of voice, she says, "You okay?" or whatever.
Jack?
Yeah.
Be careful, Jack.
That's how she is during boss fights. Yes, battle axe.
push the crawl.
What's that supposed to mean?
How the fuck are we ever gonna get? Maybe she still has the calls after you save,
Jack, tell me you're all right.
even though she's freaking out like it's a boss fight right now. Because what is she ever gonna fucking give me the Fatman call otherwise? Certainly not after the fight. We might have screwed it up, making her looking up now.
Don't give up.
Or maybe it turns into a Colonel call.
Lean the left stick only very slightly to slow your walk.
See that re-recorded line because he said left stick.
Push the L2 or the R2 button while...
Alright. There we go. I should have given it a little refresh. I actually was wondering, 'cause it's been a while. Should be good now.
Move the right stick. That's wrong.
Ah, fuck it. Yeah, it is his voice, but it's been recorded 11 years, if not more, after, so it just sounds off. Vamp also seemed to have a thing for mines. Every time Vamp shows up, there's mines involved. And there's claymores here. There's the mines, the underwater mines. There's the claymores where Emma has to go twice. Yeah, kind of weird. There's the mines where you fight Vamp on the way back with Emma. There's the mines and the sniping section. And the underwater mines. And these mines. He just loves mines. I don't know. Don't listen to... Axel has been saying consistently wrong things for the whole stream. I don't know if you're just confused, but Chinaman was supposed to be another Dead Cell member, one of the characters that didn't make it into the game. He wasn't even Chinese, he was Vietnamese. But from Hanoi's Chinatown. And he would have had these underwater powers, tattoos that would come to life. I forget if the dragon tattoos come to life or fucking shark tattoos come to life. It would have been where you swim around with Emma, where you fight Vamp now. There would have been this mechanic where you leave little bits of blood behind to distract the sharks. And sneak around the sharks in that section. And then his tattoos would come to life when they touch water. So some of the crazy swimming abilities Vamp has and water, fucking walking on water. They're probably abilities left over from Chinaman's design. Where could the bomb be?
If you have a handgun or an automatic rifle selected while in corner view.
I don't know.
Okay, you're fucking useless. Still hoping you get that Fat Man call, but you're not even talking about this shit that's going on. It's just random gameplay things.
Right. There should
there
be
you
a
go.
C4 planted
Why don't
somewhere
you
on the
do it?
heliport. Locate it ASAP.
Who the heck do you think
if
you
it
are?
detonates, we're finished.
Why don't you do it?
Rosemary has completed her data
Oh,
search.
nice. There it is.
I looked up information on Fat Man.
Yeah, hurry up.
Fat Man, the emperor of explosives. You've already heard how he manufactured an atomic bomb at the age of 10. He appears to have been known throughout the world of explosives since he was a child. He entered the Naval School Explosive Ordnance Disposal at Indian Head and graduated at the top of his class. That's around the time that he met Stillman. He was assigned to the Nuclear Emergency Search Team. He quit soon after, though. After that, he joined Dead Cell as an explosive specialist. He's been there ever since.
As an explosive specialist, that's interesting because there is something odd about the translation, surprise, again, of what Fat Man is talking about in the cutscene coming up. He says, that proc dead thermal death 6 months ago. That proc meaning that nonsense aspiration. His aspirations died 6 months ago. Because Raiden tells him about how he wanted to surpass Stillman, basically, right? And Fatman says, yeah, that nonsense died 6 months ago. 6 months ago when Dead Cell went rogue and went crazy, right? So does that mean... it was hard for me to visualize at first, but that means that Fat Man was actually working as a bomb disposal expert. He wasn't a mad bomber and blowing shit up. He was actually trying to follow in Stillman's footsteps until 6 months ago. That's interesting that Rose mentions here that he joined as an explosives specialist. But, like, offensively or defensively? It must have been offensively, you think, because of what Dead Cell does, even officially, before they went rogue, but... shit, I don't know. Maybe he was setting up bombs to because Dead Cell's original purpose is to simulate terrorism attacks on government agencies and buildings, right? So, no, that's got nothing to do with the church. Either church, because there's Vamp's church and Fat Man's churches are two different ones. Sorry, not Fat Man's, Stillman's. Vamp's and Stillman's churches cannot be the same one. Timing just doesn't work, which is kind of weird, but whatever. The church that Stillman accidentally fucking blows up while trying to defuse a bomb, and the church that collapsed and where Vamp got injured. Those are two different ones. It's gotta be because of the timing. Otherwise, Vamp would be much younger or some shit. Anyway, what the fuck was I talking about? Oh yeah, trying to imagine Fat Man as an actual bomb disposal expert, actually disposing bombs, doing good. Yeah, they're probably in different countries too, but who the fuck knows? But considering Dead Cell's original role of simulating terrorist attacks, yeah, maybe Fat Man was playing the offensive bomber position as well. Who knows? It's hard to say what Fat Man was doing before Dead Cell went rogue, because it sounds like he wanted to be disposing of bombs, following Stillman's footsteps. And then it changed 6 months ago. But Dead Cell's role is to simulate terrorist attacks anyway, so wouldn't he set up the bombs instead of defusing them in that scenario? I don't know. But yeah, kind of interesting to pay attention to how the way he reacts when Raiden tells him that you have nothing of Stillman's courage, and then he doesn't give a shit anymore.
So you're the one.
Yeah, for training purposes.
You're right on time, I see. I like a punctual man.
Is he Dead Cell?
I am Fat Man. I am the greatest that humanity has to offer, and can you hear it? Hear this rhythm? It's the rhythm of time and life. Don't you love this sound? I used to hang around department store clock counters.
Because I guess those people are the same. Setting up the bombs and disposing of the bombs, yeah, it's the same area of expertise.
Life is short.
Well, if you look up what the real life
tell the time with every moment of their existence,
equivalent of Dead Cell does, it's pretty fucked up. It's called Red Cell.
Glad you could make it. The party's
something to Google if you want to see what it was supposed to be like. It's pretty fucked because they did fuck things for real. Like, I don't know.
Have a Cuervo.
Nice. And then I don't think they're supposed to tell whatever agency or building they're hitting. That's training, maybe? Exercise?
What are you talking about?
$30 billion in cash.
Would they know? Would they be prepared? And would they know it's a training exercise? Or do they just fucking get people killed on one side or the other? How does it work?
And I could care less what they plan to do. My ambitions are much more simple. To be the most famous bomber of them all.
You're nuts! No one's gonna give a damn about you!
Oh yes, they will. I'll go down in history as the man who beat Peter Stillman. That's the only reason I assisted them.
Like hell you beat Stillman. He had your number.
What did you say?
Damn.
Nothing of his courage.
He's like, I don't want to be like Stillman. I want to be a bomber. I don't know.
That croc died a dishonorable death 6 months ago.
6 months ago. The liquidation of Dead Cell.
Call it what you want. Only the right stuff survived that hell. It set me free, you know. Opened the way to a new dimension. So that I could become the emperor among detonation devotees.
You're nothing but a common criminal.
It sounds like he changed his mind 6 months ago.
I'm an artist. That is why I dislike boorish military types. It's time to start the party. This is how it works. I plant a bomb, and it'll explode soon after that. If you prefer to stay in one piece, you'll have to disable.
Unfortunately, Fat Man's voice actor passed away.
Laugh and grow fat. Let's move.
You wouldn't tell by listening to him, but he was actually kind of old. Oh, what is this back seating here? What?
Right, as you can see.
Why the fuck am I getting this call? That's weird. On your game Plus too. Okay.
Person view to go for the head. The blast suit might protect him from the impact of the shot itself. A series of rapid fire will knock him off balance and create an opportunity for attack. Use it.
Okay. I gotta get all those calls about his suit, his block. It's pretty interesting stuff. He actually does have a lot of good calls here. Some look like they're repeating calls, but they're not. Like the Colonel. That's right. Oh, nice. He just put the bomb down right away. That's kind of crazy. Same spot almost. I gotta remember to do the thing where I let him start the timer and then finish him off. The fight doesn't end yet until you freeze the bomb. And you can fuck around with him a little bit more. What the hell? What a crock of shit. Okay then. This fight can be real bullshit. Bombs 30 seconds. If I hadn't defused those, it would have been bad. You don't have nearly enough time for all the bombs he places. Some of your pigs through. Oh shit. Why the hell did I switch weapons? Alright. I guess we'll get the calls here. And get the bomb and then get his ass. Oh wait. Get the bomb, let him plant another bomb, and then get him.
Select the weapon and switch to first. Batman will plant the C4s, then activate the timer. Once the timer is online, the countdown begins. Detonation takes place at the 0 count.
No.
Happens,
really?
The mission fails. When you see him push the timer button, use the coolant spray to freeze the C4 before the countdown ends. Right, as you can see, Batman is wearing a blast suit.
A blast suit?
It's protective clothing worn for bomb disposal work. Gunfire can't really penetrate that thing either.
You can do very little damage through the suit. Use the first-person view to go for the head. The blast suit can't protect him from the impact of the shot itself. A series of rapid fire will knock him off balance and create an opportunity for attack. Use it. The countdown timer will tell you how long you have until the C4 is dead. When the count goes to 0, the C4 will blow, and we will be finished. Defuse the bombs before that can happen.
I can't believe they fucking tell you that twice. You see, Raiden, when the count reaches 0, the bomb will explode. Let me tell you twice. No, really?
You can also anticipate Batman's course and plant a claymore in his path. Right, you're completely defenseless while hanging. If he manages to knock you off that ledge, you wouldn't survive the fall. Keep that in mind. Bombs are not the only weapons Batman has. He's also carrying a machine pistol, and he'll use it if you offer yourself up as a target. Stay hidden.
Yeah, Claymore just kind of just knocked him off his feet immediately.
Batman is wearing a bomb blast suit. It is worn when disarming explosives and protects its wearer from the blast, heat, and shards. Essentially, it resembles a bulletproof vest made out of special material. The front of the head and body are guarded by a laminated ballistic insert. The back, too, is guarded with a protector to ease the impact on the spine from a fall after a blast. Attached to his torso will likely have little effect. At first, it might look to be cumbersome, but in fact, it is made to be extremely flexible so as not to hinder bomb disposal. One could even do apparatus gymnastics, like the pommel force or parallel bars. The problem is that it is poorly ventilated and having it on for long periods of time runs the risk of leaving its wearer mildly overheated. However, the suit is equipped with a cooling system like a spacesuit in which the coolant is run through inner suit tubes. He will not likely overheat in the suit. With those configurations, however, the total weight of the suit should exceed 50 kilograms. That's too heavy for skating around. An impact might easily make him lose his balance, and he'll fall down. Shooting a part of the suit with a gun will do minimal damage at best. Aim for exposed areas of his head. If he falls down, when he tries to get up, it's your best chance.
This is one of those calls that's kind of weird. Talking about doing gymnastics in his suit. And also, kind of almost seems like it's repeating information, but it has a lot of new stuff too.
Batman carries the Glock 18, a fully automatic version of the Glock 17 pistol. It can fire 29mm bullets per second. Getting caught in its line of fire is extremely dangerous.
Weren't machine pistols originally used for VIP security assignments, though, in order to stop terrorists?
Correct. As portable weapons with major firepower.
That he would have such a gun and use it with only one hand.
Don't forget, he's a member of Dead Cell.
Yeah.
What's more, he walks around wearing that suit. He must have a lot of faith in his own strength. Don't engage him in a firefight from the front. Attack him when he reloads.
Is this the equivalent of the Ocelot fight? Fat Man is also really good with a handgun in one hand and a machine pistol, which it is pretty crazy actually, especially in skates. There is that fake Metal Gear Solid X thing where they have a screenshot of Snake fighting Ocelot, which never existed, but whatever, it was a prank, but it was in this area. Because that's a mild reference to Ocelot. I don't know, it was a gunman.
The countdown timer will
It really isn't that much smaller difference between 9mm and 45 is 45 is 11.4 millimeters. It's 2.5 millimeters diameter. Yeah, that Metal Gear Solid X, you can play as Solid Snake. Maybe it's a bit of a stretch, but Snake is fighting Ocelot in the Batman arena there. I don't know, trying to see it too. Okay, we should get rid of this. Wait for him to try another. And I'll tell you this much, it's much harder to control that. Okay, let's see if he activates it. I must not let him place too many though. Sometimes he keeps going after you do that. Yeah, fuck, he's still going. This might cost me the fight. Placing bomb spot. Oh man, what the fuck is this one? Where the fuck is it? And we're fucked. It's probably here now. Yep, there it is. Ooh, this is gonna be close. But the last bomb you can always kind of find because he runs to it. He's right in front of it. Where the fuck? Dude. Well, so much for finding the last bomb. This is one of the worst fucking spots. Where the fuck was it? I think camera changes. Yeah, it was in there apparently.
Raiden,
I knew that would fucking cost me to fight.
Raiden!
Stun Beauty? I didn't really fuck with stun grenades. There are some here, but who knows if that's what they're for. Where the fuck was it, I wonder? I mean, we kind of saw it at the very end, where the explosion started from. It was just... That's a spot I should never get to, really. What the hell? He says, "Look who's the fathead now." Maybe he has more lines than that. Oh, nice, I got it. What kind of bullshit was that? We should probably start worrying about this bomb. Oof, good thing it's down here. Alright, let's try doing that again. Because there's a couple little things I want to do. Come on, go place the bomb. At that spot again sucks. Okay, so he didn't activate it. Damn it. I think it's pretty random when you hit him, whether he decides to turn it on, start the timer, or go place more bombs. It's, I think, random. Fuck, man, the fucking shells. Oh, there it is. Okay, this one's easy. Alright, if I take him out now, we have 23 seconds to fuck around to freeze the bomb. And you can do things like just in case you really like that scream he does there. I also wanted to bump into him. I should have bumped into him first, because that thing knocks him backwards a lot. Damn.
Right. Batman may be dead, but don't relax.
Is he?
Just yet. There are still bombs set by him remaining.
There's actually a call for being in this exact situation. Fuck it. I'm gonna do it one last time for good practice. I'll just
Is
bump
everything
into
all
him
right?
when it's over now.
Right. Right.
It's a very important detail of that. The sound effect when he's down and you bump into him. Something about him being fat, I don't know. Ah, shit, I didn't mean to freeze it. Ah. Nope. That's what I made up for it. Hits. You just sort of wait in front of the bomb when there's only one. You can bait. Oh my god, I fucking missed the second easier shot. Yeah, he's reloading. This potato aimed to the max today. Yeah, okay. Damn. All right. Sound effect, very important. One. Fuck. There goes the ammo. Fuck, can't aim for shit. Alright, it's over some way or another.
My suit. Oh no. I've nothing to wear to the party.
The party's over for you.
That's what you think.
What do you mean? What did you just do? What is this?
I have beautiful hands. These delicate hands can craft works of art.
Answer me, what the hell is this?
It's the switch for the biggest bomb in the entire place.
Huh?
No use. Once it's activated, there's no stopping the count.
Where did you plant it? Where is it?
Somewhere in this area. Don't worry, it's very close by.
Where is it?
Go ahead, shoot me. I'm already dead.
Damn!
Think you can find it? When it goes off, it'll take the big show with it.
Tell me where I can find the bomb!
That's your problem. This is the highlight of the party. Bring it on, I say. They'll be happy too. I die here and start my legend. Too bad you won't be around to see the movies. Laugh! grow fat.
He spilled his wine. Alright, now we gotta actually do nothing for a minute or so. There's a pretty well hidden Easter egg here. Once there's about 10 seconds left on the timer. Meanwhile, we can picnic and go through the invisible wall. No. I wish there was shit to pick up here. It'd be useful to do right now. Low on ammo. But there's something for the birds. And look at Fatman's hands. Keep hearing that he likes giving himself manicures and he has beautiful hands. You can see there. There, bays. Ooh, I wonder where the bomb could be. Alright.
Colonel, where's that bomb?
We have no information on that. Sweep the area.
Hurry, Jack.
The bomb has to be somewhere on the heliport. Use whatever means necessary to locate it. Right. Have you located the bomb yet?
No, not yet.
Hurry, Jack. We don't have a lot of time left.
He wouldn't have had the time to find a good hiding place. It must be somewhere near him. Take a closer look.
Why don't you do it?
Right. The bomb?
Nothing yet.
Where is that damn thing? We're running out of time.
Have you checked under Fat Man's body?
What? Of course not. It can't be there.
You don't know that.
Okay. What evidence do you have that it's there?
Just a hunch, all right?
Here we go.
I know what I'm doing, and this is my life on the line. You don't have any experience in this type of work, so just...
Right. Don't turn down a good suggestion when you hear one. Check it out.
I want to spend the last 10 seconds of my life arguing with my bitch girlfriend. Yes. Telling her that she doesn't know what she's talking about. Okay. Well, what do you know? She was right.
Good work, Wright. Looks like all the bombs are neutralized. One of their main leverages is now gone. That leaves...
Colonel, Fat Man didn't seem to know about the ransom demands.
Intentionally.
Now there's a follow-up call, the I told you so call.
Coming from a very different place from the other terrorists. Right. A lot of hostages, our president included, are still in danger. Keep your mind focused on protecting them.
This is a pretty well-hidden call.
What are my orders?
Rescue the president.
We have no idea where he is.
You haven't been in the Central Core yet. I suggest you start there.
Wait, I have another call. Want me to take it?
No, I'll go offline. Best to keep our presence unknown.
How you doing, kid?
Pliskin, is everything all right?
Could be better. Looks like I was out cold for a while.
How did you manage to stay alive?
Had a little help from a friend.
Friend?
What about the bomb?
Diffused. And Fat Man, too.
That's good news.
How's Shell, too?
It's a mess. The bomb crippled H-Strut.
What about the toxins?
The what?
If the big shell blows up, the explosion is expected to produce massive amounts of toxins.
Never heard anything about that.
Huh?
Well, looks like there's not much danger of that in any case. But the Central Core is starting to flood. It won't last much longer.
Well, what about the president and the other hostages?
They weren't in Shell 2. They must be in Shell 1.
We need to get the hostages out of here now.
It's too far from Manhattan for a swim.
What about the lifeboats?
There doesn't seem to be any. Doesn't make sense.
So a chopper is our only extraction?
Right. and it comes with a passenger limit. Intel has it that there are about 30 hostages.
It'd take more than a single trip.
We'll have to come back.
Can you pilot a chopper?
No, but I brought a gearhead with me. He's a good guy. I'll introduce you later.
Pliskin, I'm on the heliport right now, but I don't see their Harrier. It's out somewhere.
We better move now, then. Our chances with a Harrier after us are close to nothing.
Do you know where the President is?
No, that one's all yours.
The President is at the top of our rescue list. These are our orders, Lieutenant JG.
Your orders, not mine.
What?
See you later.
Whatever.
Nice. Now we gotta call Rose for the I told you so call. Which is weird because the whole thing with Fat Man was supposed to be a test for Raiden. Why do they, from the Patriots, why does the Colonel just straight up tell him? Colonel and Rose, maybe this is one of those times that it really was the real Rose. It would make sense. It's up to interpretation when it's a real Rose and when it's AI Rose. Or if it is AI Rose, sometimes, like, to me, it's not just a simple switch point in the game where she's real and then she turns into AI for the rest of the game. I think it goes back and forth between the two all the time. So maybe this time it was the real one, because the Patriots were giving this Batman fight to Raiden as a test. Why would they tell him how to solve it if it was a test? I don't know.
Jack.
What?
You know what I'm talking about.
All right. The bomb was where you guessed it would be. You were right. You saved
everybody's
my
a
butt.
scrub like you, Malinky.
I was pretty surprised, though. I never expected to find it where I did.
You must think I'm pretty clueless, huh?
Of course not. And I have a pretty healthy respect for the woman's intuition thing now.
That is such a sexist thing to say, you know that?
Come on, don't be mad. I apologized already.
Don't sweat it. I'm just messing with you. I want you to recognize that I can help you through this thing, and that I care about you.
Rose?
Hang in there, okay?
That is such a sexist thing to say. Yeah, this would never fly in today's gaming. Anyway. Here, saved a bullet for a Fat Man. Yeah, technically, he did. Alright, so cool things about the ninja that's about to show up here. And again, this is things we were rubbed off in the English version. It should have been a way to experience things. When the ninja shows up in the Japanese version, one of the first things you hear is, of course, I'm like you, I have no name. And in Japanese, the ninja has a bunch of different voices. That line, that's obviously Gray Fox's line from MGS1, is literally Gray Fox's line from MGS1. So Gray Fox's voice from MGS1, the exact audio file from MGS1 plays for the Japanese version, because unfortunately Gray Fox's voice actor passed away, so they reused the exact line from MGS1. But that also kind of fits with the whole thing of, Raiden's expectations coming from MGS1. You see the ninja, you hear, I'm like you, I have no name, neither enemy nor friend. Those lines from MGS1. So, later you have the ninja giving Raiden the level 2 card. And, that is word for word the explanation how the card works is given to Raiden, word for word from MGS1 from the DARPA chief, or I should say Decoy Octopus's explanation when he gives you card 1. So again, in Japanese, the ninja's voice changes to the DARPA chief / Decoy Octopus's voice. from MGS1. I don't know if they reused the exact same line for that one as well. Well, I guess it kind of worked anyway, because even if he was still around, you know, they probably would have had him re-recorded anyway, because a bunch of MGS1 actors come back in MGS2 in Japanese. So the ninja has the ninja's bass voice, which is, I guess, Olga's voice, which is Meryl's voice in Japanese. That's why it goes deeper. So you got Meryl's voice, the DARPA Chief's voice, and Gray Fox's voice coming from the ninja in Japanese. Kind of funky when you think about it. And then the way this was supposed to work was that somehow the ninja's suit and Raiden's nanomachines would interface with each other, and would kind of be like GW works. Based on Raiden's thoughts and expectations and experiences, it would manipulate the voice coming from the ninja's suit, depending on what Raiden's listening to that he wants to hear, given his expectations. So it would work in a similar way to GW. That's how the kernel works. That's how GW creates the kernel in Raiden's head, by looking at his past experiences and expectations and sending signals to his nanomachines. The ninja suit would have done the same for the different voices coming from it. But of course we didn't get any of that in English, so whatever. The Russian accent ninja, I guess. It's the best I can do. Also, it seems to me, maybe you can still hear it in English, but in the Japanese version, it was very obvious to me that they use a radio effect that eventually makes it into MGS3. You know, when you open the radio, when you call people in MGS3. Apparently that sound was already in MGS2 with the ninja's suit doing those voice shenanigans every time the voice switched. But it's kind of hard to hear in English. I don't know if you can catch it. In Japanese, it was very obvious to me. Anyway, let's do all that good stuff. Well, we don't really get much of it, but whatever.
You passed with flying colors.
Identify yourself.
I'm like you. I have no name.
Are you Mr. X?
I kind of hear the end of it there, but it wasn't the whole thing. The sound effect. That's weird. It changes too.
But
it's not just the voice.
Let's get out of the open. Follow me.
Are you with Foxhound too?
Neither enemy nor friend. Just a messenger from the Lalilulelo.
That's not gonna do anything to stop the Japanese spam. There's no way. Emote only could do it, maybe.
This is safer, I think.
Safe from what?
Eavesdropping, of course.
Alright. Why did you contact me?
I've been ordered to give you backup, including a relaying of necessary intel.
Ordered by whom? Why won't you identify yourself?
There is no need for you to know.
I'll decide whether I need to know.
You are not yet trusted to make such decisions. I'll tell you something you do need to know instead. The current location of the president.
What?
Or rather, the person who knows the current location of the president.
Who is it?
A Secret Service agent named Ames, currently being held with other hostages.
Secret Service, huh?
The head of the president's security detail, Ames, has been fitted with the same type of VIP nanomachine system as the president. If you're within range, you should be able to communicate.
Why are you telling me this?
Do I need to repeat myself?
There's no reason for me to believe any of this. You understand that?
Of course, but you also have no choice but to believe. Do you have any other leads?
Where are those hostages?
The hostages are being held in the B1 conference hall in the Shell 1 core. You'll find Ames there.
What does he look like?
We don't know if it is indeed a he. I've never met this person either.
How am I supposed to look for someone without even a description?
Use your ears.
What's that supposed to mean?
Ames has a pacemaker. You'll be able to hear the machine sound in the heartbeat.
You expect me to walk up to these hostages and listen to every one of their heartbeats?
The sound is too minute to detect and amplify it. You'd be captured immediately.
So what am I supposed to do?
Use the directional microphone. There's one somewhere in the core. Take this. This security card will unlock all level 2 security doors, including the one into the core. It's called a PAN card. It works together with your body's own electronic field. And watch yourself. The core is more heavily guarded than any other section of the big shell. You'll get nowhere just like that. Try this instead.
One of the terrorists?
The surveillance camera won't let you on the elevator without the right uniform.
You want me to disguise myself?
Men assigned to the core and those on perimeter duty are given different colors to wear. Your new outfit will work in some areas, not others. The uniform alone won't fool them either.
You're talking about weapons.
Right, you need an AK.
But I saw them carrying an AN-94.
All men assigned to the core section carry AKs.
So without an AK-74U, someone will see through me really quick.
You could take care of the weapon issue yourself. One other thing.
There's more?
You'll also have to pass a retinal scan to get into the conference hall.
Biometrics. Crap.
Nothing but the real thing will suffice. Deception is not an option here. I suggest you hurry. They have a nuke on their side.
The nuke? They have a nuclear weapon with them?
You didn't find their continuing presence here unusual? Even with the president as hostage, this is an island, and they have no visible means of escape.
Even if they do have a nuke, the warhead is no good without an access code. The security lockout can't be bypassed.
They don't need to. They have the code. You saw it too, I believe. The Navy man with half a handcuff. The other half of it is on the football, or the black case if you like. The nuclear button. And now they have it.
Why did they have to bring the football along? To a decontamination plant of all places.
But they did have to. Because, after all, the big shell is the farthest thing from a cleanup plant there is.
What?
Dead Cell didn't have to bring a nuke along with them. It was right here to begin with. Nothing in this affair is what it seems.
A cover-up? But why? For what?
For Metal Gear that is housed here.
Metal Gear?
The very same. Bipedal nuke came from the airport Shadow Moses infamy. This place is the R&D center for its newest incarnation.
What the hell is going on?
Better ask Ames the rest.
What's this for?
You might be glad you have it. Keep the controller's vibration function on.
What do I need a cell phone for? Colonel, who was that man just now?
He's not one of ours. No, we have no one like that in our unit.
He said that the big shell was housing a new model of Metal Gear.
First I've heard of it.
Colonel, what are you not telling me?
I've been completely open with you, Raiden. I've told you everything.
Is that everything you know? Or everything I need to know?
Snap out of it, Raiden. I'll have the Metal Gear rumor looked into. You need to make contact with this Ames.
So you believe that ninja?
Since we have no leads on the President's current location, we have no other alternatives. Right now, collect as much data as you can, including anything on Metal Gear.
Are those my orders?
Yes, they are. Disguise yourself as an enemy soldier and infiltrate the Shell 1 core.
Understood.
Alright, guys, I would like to move my schedule up a little bit today, so we're ending a little bit earlier, so that I'm able to I'm able to start early tomorrow, because I find that when I try to do like a certain amount of hours, I always end up doing like, okay, I want to do 12 hours, I end up doing 12 hours, 20 minutes, 12 hours, 15 minutes, and then after doing it for a few days, it fucking adds up. And so you end up getting an extra hour here and there, and then the fucking thing moves forward in the day, and it just fucks with everything. So I'll move the whole thing back tomorrow. We're gonna start earlier by ending a little bit earlier today, and then I'll probably do the same thing again for the next couple days. I will add up those 20-15 minutes at the end of each hour, and then it will slide forward, and it's, I don't know, it seems to work that way, I guess.
Got a minute, Jack?
Rose?
I found some information on where Solid Snake is interred.
Great. Shoot.
I've located the grave site.
And the body?
Exhumed for DNA testing.
Well, do you have the results?
The right arm was missing, but there was no doubt that it was him. That body belongs to Solid Snake.
So the head of the terrorist group must be...
an imposter.
Right.
You sound disappointed.
I guess I was kind of hoping to meet the legend in the flesh.
I get you. But it looks like he's not behind this incident.
Raiden, the President needs you, I think. Disguise yourself as enemy personnel and infiltrate the core section. Your priority is to contact Agent Ames.
You must be frames. Alright guys, that's it for day 5. Thank you very much for watching. I will be back early tomorrow so that we can move the whole